All right then, welcome everybody to the stream for the evening. Hope we're all doing well today. We are back with some hopefully working streams. There we are, perfect. We are back with some Shadowfax because well, yeah, that's kind of my like thing at the minute is I want to play Shadowfax. Because, hey, why not? And I can get, like, cloaks and stuff. And also, just, like, I don't know. You get that sort of dopamine hit, almost, of leveling, and I can get that more often. And I feel like... I feel like on like, Evernight at the moment, I sort of log in, I stare at my character screen, and I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know who I want to play on, you know? So... playing a new character and kind of having a purpose to it is quite nice. Yeah, Before the Shadow is 1,990 Lotro points, if I am correct. Which is decent. I'm doing good, though. Very good. Finished a lovely day at work. So... as I said in the last stream, obviously my stream schedule should be a little bit more freed up. This week is kind of that anomaly. I did say Monday, and I realized I was out for a birthday Monday night, and then I was working Tuesday and Wednesday and stuff, and I was very tired Wednesday. But I am streaming obviously tonight, and then tomorrow I'm not working. Normally I work Friday nights, so I'm not working tomorrow night, so I'm able to stream tomorrow night. And then Saturday and Sunday night, I should be able to stream a couple hours as well. So that's nice. And then the week after, I should be able to do, what did I say? Monday, Wednesday, maybe. Thursday, Saturday, Sunday? Maybe-ish. Kind of depends on how things go, but exciting times, that's for sure. Right. Let's have a look at our hobby gift of the day and the week. Oh, enhancement runes. How... very not useful to me at the moment. A little bit of a pain.
Who are you?
Okie dokes. So yeah, let's just go pick up a load of quests and continue on with some Before the Shadow. I'll probably very quickly do this one, and then mostly I think we should focus on the epic. Because, I mean, I'd like my upgrades, please. Thank you. I mean, it could be interesting. I mean, we do have /played, so I can actually kind of go off of that if we want to set that up in the future. I was hoping to as well, like, I don't know, because I wanted to do this with the Anor time. Like, when we went with Yaimio on Anor, I kind of wanted to do something similar where I would, like, edit it down into, like, a very almost, like, abridged... is that the right word for what I'm trying to say? Like a very abridged let's play of like 1 to 140 kind of thing. And but unfortunately, like, it was very close to Anor Shut, so I didn't actually get a chance to sort of make it relevant. Whereas with this, we have a little bit more time to work with. So I was kind of like thinking about looking into something similar. Yeah, it's the only cloak that this account has, actually, from this whole thing. So this isn't my main account, but we do have... I previously got to, on Anor, quite a decently high level, so we're up to the Black Gate, which means I have gone to... like, I finished that quest. Or I think the Black Gate frame is get to 100, and the cloak is complete the quest, I think is the way it works. And I thought, hey, why not? But the goal is I want to like push myself to get all the cloaks on here, which would be quite nice. Did I really leave it with that much of a thing? I also don't know if I want to go bow or if I want to get myself a sword, because I'm still not using a thingy for sword. And yeah, I did just notice, or I just saw, like, scrolling through very briefly that, yeah, you can get like the carryalls permanently in the shops now. So definitely gonna get those potentially on Arkenstone? Why, after like 2 years, I'm still saying Arkenstone? I mean Evernight. That's what I mean. I wanted to go back very briefly to Arkenstone for a stream because I wanted to like self-critique my classes, right? I wanted to... The problem is, because of the trait point changes, I wouldn't be able to look at my trait trees because they'll all have reset. So I just thought it'd be funny though it's not really possible. I thought it would be funny or somewhat interesting to pop back onto Arkenstone and kind of just look at, I don't know, my gear choices. I know Tarpetlard is kind of scuffed, I think is the kind way of putting it. But yeah. When it says, so on Twitter it says task, die, and junk items. Junk items, I'm guessing, are like the normal drops, like vendor trash, right? I don't know how much I would want one of those. Like, I have crafting carryalls. I have one for each crafting vocation. So I've got, like, you know, even though there's kind of duplicates, but I've got like metalsmith, weaponsmith, prospector, etc., tailor, forester, woodworker, whatever. Which I like. I like having that. I just don't know if a task, like, a trash one would clear up my inventory a lot. But at the same time, I don't know, I feel like I wouldn't use it all that efficiently. I think I can, rain of arrows kill. Nice. Yeah, like, when I read it, I read, like, junk carryall, and I just kind of didn't, it didn't quite click with me immediately what it was. And, it was kind of weird. Going back to what I was saying earlier, though, and I guess similar, actually, we can kind of, similar topic. I don't know if I want to spend my free-to-play Lotro points on Before the Shadow, or if I potentially even could use them on... Wait, what is this quest I picked up? Or if I could even potentially use them on a carryall. I don't think the carryall would help, except maybe reputation. Because there was that part of the last free-to-play video, and I completely... I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't quite correct, where I mentioned that even though we didn't have Before the Shadow, all we had to do is give in some task items, and we got the 5 extra Lotro points, which is something I just randomly found out. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it would be thematic. Like, I don't think it helps the account, but I think it would be kind of cool as an expansion, because it's like, we're not going to get an expansion for a while. Because I think I said this last time, I can get the riding skill without having Before the Shadow. If the Before the Shadow gave you the riding skill, like ability to get it, then I think it would make sense. But also at that point, I probably am better off just getting the account-wide one, honestly. I'm just going to go straight over to the place. So yeah, I don't really think it's relevant in that regard. But also, yeah, the carryall could potentially give me the task items, and you only actually have to give in 1 task worth of items to get the extra Lotro points. So, there is that kind of potential thing. I probably just pick up that quest, because why not? I have 15 extra quest slots, so... I'm just kind of a little torn, because I know there are a couple of things I would like to get. I mean, carryalls could be interesting, but I don't think it's too relevant. Like, I'm not going to struggle if I don't get one. Angle could make sense, but not as much sense as Yondershire. Yondershire was useful for the gear. As a Bjorning thing, a level 20 thing, whereas Angle has good gear, but also at the same time, I'm only going to get that gear once, and it's only going to be relevant to me once. However, it would maybe help me on the leveling process to Moria, but then I also have the rest of the game that I can just work with, even if it is a tad slower or less rewarding, but not a big deal. There's also just missions. There's a chance I might buy more missions, just because it makes it a little less boring. Honestly, doing the same 15 missions over and over again can get very, like, very repetitive, obviously. I just think, ideally, the next episode, which I haven't really done too much work on yet, because I kind of, I haven't really been playing, because there's this whole work change thing, but again, I should have a lot more time coming up soon. Like, 4 or 5 streams a week, potentially, which obviously is quite an increase. But part of me just wants to get to level 50. If I get to Moria in, what, episode 5? Right? Then I am then further than the entire last series. Overall. Because we were about to buy Moria previously, and then...
What troubles you?
Yeah, we were about to buy Moria originally, and then I didn't buy it. I had enough, but I didn't buy it because the price went down, and because it was like the 15-year anniversary, I think. And I was waiting for it to be like full price, so it wasn't heavily discounted, because I think that wouldn't make sense. So we never officially got into Moria. And I think it will be interesting. Well, I kind of set the groundwork for this already, but I think it would be really kind of cool to get to level 50, get to Moria, get our legendary weapons, and have, like, admittedly, it's not that, it's kind of difficult, but we'd have only a very limited amount of slots at 50, but having like fully teal items, like, straight away, I think would be really, like, cool, or like a nice milestone to have. It's not something I have to do constantly, but just starting off from a very good base point of being like, hey, we have this really good legendary, everything should be super easy, and maybe go back and do some older content. Hey, it's the origin of a lot of people's favorite dialogue from this whole quest pack, mini expansion, whatever you want to call it. 2 arms! 2 arms! Every time I read it, I'm like, nice. And then if I remember correctly, there's a Ranger cache over there. Ideally. Yeah, that's perfect. I guess one thing we could do, because we're now level 22, and we're actually almost level 23. Like, honestly, the first 20 levels, I'd actually say the first 15 levels of this was quite slow. And I think it's just, I think Swanfleet is just kind of slow. Alright. I think once we got to Cardolan, it kind of like picked up. Yeah, that's why I want to be like, I don't know. Something, that is an issue. Yeah, that's something I have to think about. It's like, before, we had these, like, big milestones of, like, Moria, Mirkwood, like, this sort of thing. And every time we unlocked something, there was a chance that we could use something else, right? We could use the newly unlocked, like, Moria stuff to maybe help something lower down, right? Maybe we could, once we get to Moria, we could maybe then start getting, like, the enhancement runes and stuff, and a bit more rep from doing certain things, right, on certain characters, maybe. Whereas now, it's like, we already have that stuff unlocked, kind of. It's just all available to us. That's why I liked finding out the Before the Shadow stuff. Like, the riding skill was quite nice, even though we didn't have to buy it. Or we kind of did. And the rep thing. We've now got the toolkit, so that's fine. I felt I had to explain the toolkit because, yeah, I got a little bit of flack last time. People not really thinking I know. A lot of people I've noticed, and I get it, but also I don't partially. a lot of people seem to have like seen these videos and think this is the very first time I've played the game. Maybe that I just act like it's the very first time I played, at which point I have some work to do, clearly. But I obviously... I saw one comment that kind of got me, like, slightly confused. Because I talk a lot about the bound to account gear. And the reason, as I explained previously, is because I want bound to account gear that I can just get once, and then I can trade it over to the next Bjorning, and we're like decently geared, right? I think that makes some sense, and it kind of made it something for us to do, a reason to buy an expansion or a quest pack or whatever. It gave us a reason to buy Yondershire as for the video. And someone commented being like, "Oh, just to let you know." It was along the lines of like, just letting you know that bound to account gear doesn't level with you like WoW, or something like that. I was like, yeah, I know. I understand that. Like, I'm not offended, obviously, but just like, there's a little bit of thought that goes into what I'm doing. Just a teeny bit. I mean, I have been making Lotro videos for arguably far too long. Yeah, I think one of those things is I was trying to make sure I explain things properly, but sometimes I can still miss stuff. Or a lot of people don't actually like play the game. Like I've had, especially on the old free-to-play, a lot of people were mentioning how like they don't even play Lotro, they just kind of want to watch. I'm like, oh, that's nice, obviously, but it makes me feel like I have to not dumb it down per se, but explain it a bit better than, you know, we maybe would. I think it's because I do a lot of early game content and also just kind of, you know, explain free-to-play stuff a lot.
I thought so. Thank you for bringing back these supplies. We will have need of them.
I just like the early levels, especially like, you know, I was super excited about Before the Shadow. Not to say I'm not now, but like, I'm very excited
unlike anything we had felt
by Before the Shadow's whole thing of being like an early level, different leveling content. Yeah, it's something I wanted to do. There was something I did in episode 4. I can't remember what it was. There was something I wanted to like edit better, but I couldn't think of a way to do it. That entire first section where I like had it like 1, 4, 16, like that thing. That was just a random idea that came into my head and I just kind of stuck with it. I don't know if it came out exactly how I wanted it to, but I still liked it. I just had to make sure it wasn't like ear bleeding volume.
What is that?
It's a black rider.
You're not welcome here. Leave this land.
But yeah. Yeah, like I recorded all of it. So I had like many hours of actual like mission footage, but I was like, I just want to get across the point that I've done a lot of missions. I don't need to show you like however many hours of missions. I just wanted to be like, see, I'm not gonna lie, there was I think at least one duplicate piece of footage there, because I didn't actually record all of them, because I thought about the idea halfway through. I think it's just better than like, oh, I sped it up like 20 times and here it is. But yeah.
The number of the terrible wraiths.
Probably put on all this armor and stuff I'm getting, right? So earrings we're not going to worry about because I like the experience. And then we're going to do that. And then we're going to chuck them on and that on. And We already had gotten past all our crafted stuff, but we are now officially past all our crafted stuff. I just really need to get myself... what do I need to get myself? Travel skills, which I'm about to get, because we're about to go to Karanost. But at the same time, we also need to get weapons, like offhands and main hand weapons. But yeah, hopefully I have enough of an idea for the next one. I'll probably do some stuff for it tomorrow, considering I'm off all day tomorrow. I do need to pop to the shop, but other than that, I'm pretty much set for the day. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do missions as like a background thing. I was thinking about getting to level 50 with just missions, but I feel like I would actually be so drained from that. So, unless I do just like pick up more missions. I mean, because you've got Further Adventures ×2, which we've already got. We've got War of Three Peaks. I'm not going to pick up because it just feels like a over-the-top expense for like 8 missions. Trestle Bridge or Wildwoods would make sense from a level 50 perspective, and also it would give us earrings, which is another thing. And then what is the Erebor missions? The gear is just kind of garbage. I've never really seen the appeal of the Erebor gear. Or I guess tactical communication is a thing that you need, but I think at lower levels it's not relevant. It's just sad that it's not bound to account. Otherwise it would be like great. Okay. I might die here. It's fine. I haven't died yet, so I'm very happy. Yeah, that's what I kind of was thinking about. So I mean, obviously the first thing was Yondershire, which it made sense from the gear perspective, and also it being like the actually the first bit of content that we could obtain, because otherwise I think the first quest pack I purchased was Evendim, I think. I need to just do like the zone by level thing and work out what is it? Where to level, I think, is... There's also this plugin, which I can't remember what it does. When leveling up, a window appears in the next skills that can be learned. I want to actually put that on, because I think it'd be interesting to look at. There we are. Just put that down there. Yeah, so minusing Before the Shadow out of that equation, even though we could get it. I guess the next bit of purchasable content is Angle, then Wildwoods. I just think there's going to be a lull in... Wait, did I not read the thing? There's going to be a bit of a lull in certain parts up until about Gondor. I think so. I don't know if it's confirmed. I haven't really kept up with Umbar stuff, to be honest. I paid a bit of attention to the Warden stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played Warden in a while. I think because it's just very grindy at the minute. I just don't really want to. I'd be very excited for it. Yeah, it's something I've sort of mentioned before wanting. And I'm interested. I don't know how I feel particularly about Corsair as a class, presuming that the Corsair is what it is. I think I talked about this last stream, where it feels really weird that they spent so long without a new class. Like, because we were talking about it, it's like, what, 2007, 2008 was Moria. I think it was 2007. And that was Warden Runekeeper. And then 2014, it was Bjorning. And then, which is quite a long time, actually, in between that. And then they add Brawler in, like, what, 2022? Was it 2022 or 2021? I think it's 2022. So that's, like, what... 7 years again. 7, 8 years. And then less than a year later, they had another one. Just see if it's done right. Yeah, that's why I'm like, kind of just, guess I'm just waiting to see. Because like, I think, I don't know. In my head, I've just messed up myself because I was like, oh, I was thinking about, for some reason, a lot of people wanted a like Ranger. So in my head, I was thinking Ranger. When do I plan to continue on Warden? So soon-ish. I worry that if I only do Anor, I'm going to get a little bit burnt out on it. Honestly, what I said last time, last stream, is that I just need to... I need to just get the guide skills to these two. I need to just get myself finishing the Slayers, because there's just a couple like awkward Slayers I haven't done. And then I just need to pick a day where I just move up to 100. Honestly. 100 is a lot of content. Like, if we look here, we're currently level 95, right? Which is like Entwood, West Rohan. If we go to 100, that's the entire of Western Gondor, the Dead Marshes, Central Gondor, Eastern Gondor, Old Anorian, basically all the way up to Minas Tirith. That is a lot of content for us to tackle. It just kind of also depends on, do I want to fill up my virtues at 95, or do I just want to let the level 100 stuff kind of fill that gap? Is there a Stable Master here? Did I pick it up? No, I didn't. Very important that we do that. But at the same time, I'm also very, like, I don't know, I want to play Warden. But I'm also, like, I don't want to be super, like, in-depth when the Warden changes happen. Like, I'm worried about... I don't think it's going to happen, but I do worry my gear. I'm just suddenly going to be, like, a fish out of water. Where I'm like, I don't know what's going on. How do I tackle Entwash reputation? Very slowly. I just basically only did it for a couple of days just off stream. It was the only thing I kind of did with him. So I am Kindred with all of them. And then I did... So I did a couple things. So my Warden is my tailor. Or a tailor. I have two tailors technically, but I have my Warden is a tailor, so he crafted his own gear. So he got to Kindred with them and was able to get the Entwash, or the Entwood, sorry. Is it Entwood? How's it like termed in here? Yeah, Entwood. The Entwood, yeah, he got to Kindred. He then made his own armor. Little bit disappointed by the fact that the medium might armor is like my best shoulders, but you can't craft them. They exist in the game, but you know, a little bit annoying. And then yeah, my Metalsmith, I didn't do the rep, but I did the guild, which has the same stuff. I thought it was good, but it was also in some way unbalanced. I remember on Palpatine, I had like been storing up like scrolls and crystals for as soon as I hit 100. And I remember on Palpatine, and it kind of thematically fit with the whole like unlimited power kind of thing. But I remember like maxing out the Starlight crystals as soon as I imbued my weapon. Like I had a level 100 ready. I'd killed like my roving threats for it. And then, yeah, I like imbued it and then immediately got it super max. I was like one-shotting stuff, which is always fun. But obviously that's not the intended way to do it. It's worth getting before the Shadow. If you've already got a high level character, I don't particularly think. So it kind of depends, right? If you want to start a new character, I think yes, it's in my opinion a better, like, the best tutorial out of, like, zone out of all of them, and I much prefer the level 1 to 30-ish like leveling structure here than compared to like generic, you know, going from like Bree up to like Lone Lands up to North Downs to Evendim. Like by the time you're in Evendim, you're like the same as here. So I prefer the leveling structure there. If you've already got like, I don't know, a level 40, 50, 60 something character, probably not the biggest thing in the world. But if you have a max character, it does include some quite good instances to get gear. So sort of middle of the road, it's not as big a deal. But it's now up for Lottery points. So yeah, even if you just want to like run around, have an excuse to have an excuse for you to, you know, do some deeds, get some virtues, and get some Lottery points, then get it, sort of thing. It's probably the worst thing about Before the Shadow is it's a really good tutorial. And the reason I say that is because it's very likely that maybe less so now, I don't know with Lottery points, but it's the best tutorial. But it's yeah, it's the best tutorial, but it's not available to new players, if that makes sense. I just need to send Ghost a message because it's a ghost. Okay. But it's a ghost. He's back from where ghosts live. I don't know where ghosts live. I don't know if it would be like particularly my strong point or my strong suit, but or if it's like particularly too late, but I think it would be interesting to maybe write down my thoughts, and not necessarily like a review, but my opinions on like Before the Shadow, you know? Like, I'm doing very laggy right now. That's what I'm doing. Please. You think the legendary servers would be a bit less laggy? Just saying. But I'm doing all good. Ghost has resubbed with the Prime for 18 months. Look at that. Nearly at 20. 2 away from 20. Crazy. Now Ghost can use his favorite emote once again. And I expect, yeah, he loves his Uruk Mu. Ghost is the entire reason that emote exists, honestly. Ghost really wanted an Uruk Mu, and then I wanted... What was the other ones that I did? So there were 3 emotes. So I did the Calder Cobb, like, shocked face. So, like, you defeated the Wolfmaster? And then I did Sarah Oakhart as well, which, you know, because Sarah Oakhart is my waifu, apparently. That's canonical.
Impossible!
Yeah, that one.
A weakling like you defeated the Wolfmaster?
Unfortunately, we have not faced off against a Wolfmaster with this character, because we did start him Before the Shadow, so... You know. How long does that actually last? Is it like 24 hours or is it like less than that? Should I just make it like really cheap? so we can just have oak cart spam. I'm not gonna lie, and Ghost is gonna be upset for this. I think the Sarah oak cart emote is my favorite emote that we have. Just saying. For no apparent reason. Trying to find where this... Oh, it's not. Found it. I just thought it was freaking. But yeah, Uruk Mu existed because it was, I think, actually cheaper for me to get 3 emotes than it was to get 2. There was like a, you know, they do like a deal where it's like bulk sort of thing. And I was like, you know what? We'll fulfill a wish. And now it's here to stay. For better or worse. Would you say you oak heart me for it? Get it? Don't die to full damage, please. Thank you. Actually, see, I don't know. I think similar to what we were saying before, like, I'm a little worried about too many class reworks, but I'm also worried about, like, if, let's say, Warden and Captain are getting a rework, and Mini had kind of a rework, and, like, there's a couple that have happened. Let's say you're left with 1 or 2 classes that haven't had a rework, then you're like, oh, well, they feel like they're outdated. But yeah, I don't know. I still haven't actually experimented too much with the Warden rework yet as well. I probably need to do a bit more of that.
I welcome your aid.
The power rework isn't out, right? So this is that plugin that we were on about, but this is a little... No, it is. I think this is right. I actually quite like this. The you're leveled up, or should that be you've leveled up or you're leveled up? I think either works. But congratulations, you are now level 24. The following awaits you at the next levels. We return to camp at level 26, and we get a class trait point at level 25. I actually quite like that because a lot of the time I'm staring at the wiki trying to work out what I got. However, it didn't tell me that I got Thorin's Hall from that, so a bit weird. Yeah, but I worry that's less about a burglar thing more than a, like, mechanics, right?
Have you a moment?
Yeah. It's like, it kind of reminds me of, not quite, but years back, like, I don't know when it got changed, but you used to have to, like, buy your class, your skills when you had leveled up to a certain point, and you can still, like, go to your class trainer and you can look up your, like, new, like approaching, coming up skills, like what you can get soon-ish, which a lot of the times ends up just being riding skills, like, not riding skills, but mounted combat skills. Which is another reason I actually chose Hunter for this, because I actually kind of wanted to play Burglar. Burglar is actually one of my, like, the funner classes, in my opinion, to play. It's not as fast. Like, I don't think it would have fit the whole, like, speedrunning situation. Like, that's... I think Hunter suits that specifically, because it's, like, travel skills everywhere, and, you know, the run speed boost, and then you've also got, like, Desperate Flight, and you just have a lot of, like, utility to it, which just works very well. Whereas Burglar is a bit more, like, sneak up behind enemies and stuff. I was thinking... I was talking a while back, obviously, about doing the like pickpocketing only thing, or burgling only, which I did realize Burglar gets that skill. I think Burglar gets Burgle at level 14, 12, 14, something like that. Burgle is level 14, yeah. So we'd have to, like, skip to 14.
No ordinary traveler would go around seeking danger. Well, I've got something to ask.
So I'd have to skip to that, but that would be interesting. Like, I mean, I could get to 14 and then pickpocket low-level gear and see how like that affects it. Maybe add treasure only, treasure as well, like because you've got track treasure at 20. Not sure you can put your heart into Lotro at the moment. I mean, that might not help it run. I'm joking. I think there was, for me, like, there was a little bit of a lull with playing Lotro. I felt like, it's not necessarily like a burnout situation, but I think just the grind of Feyrand, like how much I had to do, just kind of made me almost resent wanting to log into him, for example. But I then had this situation where I was like, if I'm not logging into him, I feel like I'm wasting like valuable time. I need to like get this done, get that done. And yeah, I don't think it was a good time for a little bit. I mean, like Ill Omens as well. Like I really wanted to do Ill Omens. I just never did it. Like, and then I got to a point where it was past where I could complete it, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna bother them. Which is upsetting, because actually I wanted to get the pets. Or the pet. I think there's only one pet. Isn't the Fall Festival on as well? Like, I'm so out of the loop with a lot of this stuff. I should really be playing that on Feyrand. Maybe we'll do that, like, next stream. Like, tomorrow again I should be streaming, so... we should be good. Also, I know it's like the most repetitive thing in the world, but I am starting to upload VODs again. Right now, I found out this really annoying thing. So, I was uploading my VODs on Firefox because I like had Chrome open for like watching YouTube, for example, and I didn't want like my recommended to be weird on my subscriptions, whatever. So I'm not actually subscribed to anybody on the VOD channel. It's just there to put VODs up. So I was like doing it in a different browser. Turns out, for some reason, Firefox was using a quarter of my upload speed for some reason, for no apparent reason, which meant it was taking 4 times as long to actually upload, which is a bit of a pain. So I changed that now, and hopefully we get it down. It just takes like 10 hours to process a VOD, which I kind of get because I'm like uploading 1440p, like 2K archives and stuff. Like I get it. So my plan right now is I'm just uploading a bunch now, and then I'm going to I'm uploading a bunch now, and then we're gonna like while they're processing, we're gonna then release them, so I'm not like behind, if that makes sense. So hopefully, because I've actually seen like quite a few VODs that are doing like quite well. I'm surprised. I wish I was able to do it on like my main channel. Like if you stream on YouTube, there's like now a separate tab, right? For like live streams, like previous live streams. And I kind of wish I could just upload them to the main channel, but just have them not like publish or publish them to that different tab, but it only works for like streamed on YouTube. Where am I? I am in Cardanost. I'm in Cardolan, south of Breland and the Lone Lands in Before the Shadow, because better leveling. I mean, to be fair, we started this at like 21, right? So, well, like 40 minutes ago, we were at like just about to hit 22, I think. We're actually doing like pretty well. Like I said, as soon as we hit Cardolan, the experience rates seemingly do increase quite a lot. Obviously, we're at double XP pretty much consistently. I mean, actually consistently. I almost wonder as well.
I'll figure something out.
How many perk points am I on? 3,000, because I've only had 3,000 on him.
I've already told Watkin. I do not require a reward.
I wanted to do a poll actually on YouTube at some point. I was interested to see like how many perk points some people have.
How can I be of
Like, how many destiny points? I just call them perk points. You actually went on a walk today with all that snow around? Yeah, I thought it would be really interesting to kind of get a gauge of, because I have on Evernight, I have about 750,000 Destiny points. Honestly, perk points are kind of it's weird. So it's every even level you get some, right? I can't remember exactly how many you get. I think it's 200 or something. You can report inappropriate emotes. I would guess then that maybe there was like one that was really bad, like egregiously bad, and they had to like implement a system for it. That would be my guess. But yeah, you get these. You can only use them if you're like VIP, I think. I don't think you can use them as premium. I could be wrong about that. I think you can't do it as free to play. I know that much. Honestly, a lot of them are kind of worthless. Hope, I can see that maybe, but you only get 1 hope for 1 hour. It's much better to get hope tokens, and probably a lot easier to get as well. Like, I do wonder if this legendary competence, the plus 25% item experience, goes towards the reward track. I'm guessing that they just sort of cannibalize the item experience system into the reward track, so maybe like that does work. Honestly, the only thing that I personally use is just the accelerated experience. You get 5 uses maximum, and then every day you get 1 use back, and it gives you 20% of experience. Hey, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good old stream. We are just running around. Good old hobbit. I was bullied into being a hobbit. Let's just put it that way. I actually mind being a hobbit too much. I want to be a hobbit corsair. That's my ultimate plan. I have a feeling that won't be allowed. Just a slight feeling that that's going to be the case.
Half orcs gather around Amon.
Would be funny though. Just a hobbit wielding a scimitar. It's just an amusing thought.
A band of goblins took
I don't really want to rescue anybody. So we're just gonna go do epic quest stuff. Destination. I do need to do this quest. I would like to pick up those rings, but I think we're just gonna go over here. What is Corsair weaponry? Well, from what I like, when you fight Corsairs, it's mostly just scimitars, right? Because I remember there being this thing of like people looking in item treasury and seeing a sort of scimitar like style weapon being added. Because there was the whole like on Bullroy you could see like class TBD sort of thing. I have no idea what that is, Ghost. Not gonna lie. Though if you can tell me what I've done in February, that would be very useful. I feel like February went far too quickly, but I guess that's also because it's quite quick. Tupolev, thank you for the follow. This is really like throwing me off, but I quite like it still. We're now level 25. We got our trait point. I guess the idea is if you're using it all the time, you can see what's coming up next. So I know next level I get return to camp. Yeah, as long as you put some shampoo in those coarse hairs, then we should all be good. Well, the thing is, it could be like a Bjorning in the sake of like having only like a class race combo. So it's not unheard of. I just still find it weird. Like I'm not like saying that I like don't like it, for example, but because I don't know anything about it yet. I don't know if I'm gonna like it. I do still think it's weird that they've kind of like added another class or are planning to add another class so soon after. I mean, maybe there will be a better intro than the High Elf intro, because I will still say it. I think the High Elf intro is my favorite intro, if not a little bit long. I saw a post the other day, which I found quite funny. If you're a High Elf burglar, because, like, you know, you weren't able to be a High Elf burglar for a very long time. If you're a High Elf burglar and you get stabbed by the Morgul Blade whilst you're in stealth, you just stay in stealth for like 3,000 years. Or however many years it is. Is it 3,000? I think it is.
Orcs working. To the north lie the ruins of Halfneary.
So you're just on this bed, but you're just like, you know, invisible. They're like, oh, is he awake? I can't tell. Yeah. I was pretty sure it was 3,000. I think it would be really interesting to like find the dates of everything and like have a timeline almost of Lotro. Because there are a couple areas where it specifically calls out. A lot of the time in Evendim it does it as well, but like it calls out specifically the time, like the year and stuff. Because it's like, isn't the dwarf intro like super like, no, isn't the elf intro like super early, like really far back in time? And I think, isn't the dwarf intro also quite far back? I could be wrong about that. I know the elf one is supposed to be like a couple hundred years, I swear. Which I find funny because, you know, we have this whole Skorgrim thing. And like, you know, let's say we're level 5 by the end of the whole Skorgrim ordeal. And then, you know, we haven't done any training in that time. You know, 200 years and we've just been sat around, not doing anything. Ghost with the gifted 3 months. Ghost is making up for lost time. I really need to get a better sound for that. You deserve the moo. And you can get those 480 points back extra quick. Ghost wants to just flex another badge. That's his real reason. I do want to get more emotes, actually. I was thinking about this recently, especially if I'm able to stream more. I would feel bad about like getting emotes and then getting people to sub if I'm like not that like streaming as often. But if I can hopefully keep up a more consistent schedule with this whole like new work rota thing, then hopefully I'm thinking about getting some more emotes. And then also I want to get the sub badges as well. I know we talked before about doing rings, like having it progress through certain rings, and then maybe have like the final one being like the one ring, for example. Do we know like officially what all the rings look like? Right? Is there like depictions of all of them? Are they emotes? Is that what they are? Is that what we're calling them? God, I'm terrible with the puns today. It's actually problematic. Oh, I have to go back to Scarlet Farm. I haven't even paid attention. I'm just like, I don't know. I do this a lot. I don't know if it's a thing, like it's just a me thing, or if it's like a very common thing where I'll go into an area and I may finish the quest, but I'll just kind of continue killing everything. Or when I pick up like 5 quests, I'll just I'll just like kill everything and then like 5 minutes later pay attention to what else I've got to do. Because most of the time it's kill X amount of enemies or kill the named enemy, and I'll get there in that time. I mean, even this quest over here.
Many are the wounds of
I don't really want food. I'm not even gonna bother. What? I don't want food and I'm a hobbit? Not when I can't eat it. Disappointing. I don't know. I think I saw it, but I know I saw it. I know you posted about it, I think, and then someone posted it on Reddit as well. I couldn't remember if that was a Bullroarer thing. So I don't know if you remember Ghost, but there was Dwayne the Rock, which kind of just appeared in the middle of a pathway between Bree and Trestlebridge for a little while. He was dubbed Dwayne, and SSG removed him. How could they? To everybody's dismay, but then they sort of added him back. I still wanted to make the meme. It happens a lot less now, but the we talked about it as a joke, but the what's the notification for like low render distance? Like the server like is struggling and you can't see as much, like you can't see as far. I can't remember what it's called. It hasn't happened for a while. I can't think of the... Anyway, I wanted to make reduced awareness. That's it. Yeah. I wanted to sort of make some jokey thing about, you know, you see a notification down here. You're excited to see it. You click on your alerts, and it's just reduced awareness. And it's like, oh,
the sound of that.
Sad.
Of that.
You think... It's like when I look at my phone and I get a text message from like Domino's, and I'm like, oh, I see how it is.
The Grey Fear.
How can I be of service?
I'm still surprised there wasn't you know, there was the whole Final Fantasy XIV trial thing where it was just that big paragraph. I'm surprised nothing took off like that for Lotro, just even as a joke, for the free-to-play changes. But you can't win them all, eh? Oh, I should probably change that ring, shouldn't I? I think it's a good thing, though, that I can't remember the word reduced awareness, because hopefully that means it doesn't happen as much. Ghost is just popping in, giving out subs, and then leaving. How could he?
Someone or something called the Grey Fear, you say?
The Grey Fear. I need to go to my emotes? No. Plugins, that's the word. I need travel window. No, Ghost, I didn't say to do it again, but Ghost with the gifted sub. He's up to a cool 20 subs gifted. I don't know why I don't have a sound alert for gifted subs. I'm sorry, Ghost. Please forgive me. I'm just gonna levitate real quick. Never mind. I really want to still learn the whole lure plugin thing. Wasn't there talk at some point, some like change to the plugins, like making it potentially easier? I don't actually know. I swear there was like something that was going to change about like the plugins ability or something. I thought there's some like cool ideas for a plugin. I just can't like, you know. I can't do it myself. Well, hopefully your soup is at least warm. Fingers crossed. I thought it'd be really interesting or really cool if there was a way to integrate Twitch chat into like world chat. I was toying with the idea of making like trying to work out what the font was on here. It's probably some like default font. So I think it'd be interesting. Like I wanted to have like a chat box on the stream, like an overlay, but it'd be like this font and maybe have like certain names. Like you could have the, yellow and the teal and the purple, like certain things. I think that would be kind of cool. I like the idea of having something more like thematically fitting with the game. Because I feel like my overlay, I like my overlay and stuff, but it doesn't fit with the kind of more fantasy style of stuff, I think it's nice. No, you're not allowed to attack me from behind. It also reminds me of another idea I had. I feel like I'd get tired of it, but I want to do like first person Lotro. I remember ages ago there was a VR thing, right? Someone made a VR, some way of playing Lotro in VR. And I can't remember if it's still like a thing that's still available, but I think it would be funny. Not necessarily funny, but interesting. I keep saying interesting. I describe stuff as interesting a lot, but yeah, just playing like this and maybe like getting rid of some, like getting rid of the map, like an immersive playthrough, as it were. Dwayne, my beloved. $140 with no UI. The hotbar would be a mess. The problem with that is I don't think it's possible. I guess you could, like, you can disable things, but I couldn't do it from like F12 because you can't open quest logs. You can't open like quest windows with F12. You can't open your inventory. Yeah. Because you could do this and be like, I have no idea what I'm about to pick up from this. I do like the idea of that. I just don't know. You'd have to find some way of being able to put on gear, but obviously not see the... I mean, you could do it in a bit of a scuffed way where you like... You could do... Where is it? You could do like... quick slot bars, right? Or... I don't know if you can disable like the radar by default, but you could do that. Toolbar. Can't see my skills. Can't see my health. Or I can really see my health. Oh, no, I've got to log out now. Oh, I broke my game. That's annoying. Because even if you lower it, the picture stays the same. He's really excited about being here. Look at him. He's so pixelated. I don't know why he stretches out as well. Play the entire game like that. Just staring at a hobbit. But yeah, I do like the idea of a more challenge mode type thing. I like, even in terms of a title for a video, it's like, I tried Lotro whilst blindfolded, for example. I played Lotro, but I can't see my skills. You know, those are like quite good titles. That I think are interesting. The problem with it being an MMO is getting to, like, I don't know if I could do it as getting to 140 with it, you know? I think it would be interesting, but it would take way too long in my opinion. Unless you split into parts, but then it's like, I don't know. The later parts will take longer. Yeah. I mean, that's why you could always do like, I tried. It's not like, you know, I tried Lotro, but I can't see my skills. For example, could be like, oh, I challenged myself to get to level 20. You know, see if I can get Undying on a character, sort of thing.
This is the throne room of Karanost. What does Nandir
Read my thing. I got some superior vegetable medleys. I don't know how I feel about opening an ancient chest that has food in it. I understand I'm a hobbit. I have seen those. Indeed. Just want to buy me to buy a load of Lotro stuff. Oh, I gotta go find another place. I actually had a really good idea. Okay, maybe it might not be a good idea, but tell me if this is a good idea or a bad idea. I actually had this idea ages ago, and I actually saw someone do it on RuneScape. Kind of. I think it's the same. I didn't actually watch the video. I just saw the kind of title and thumbnail, and I think it was similar. I think it would be really interesting to... I don't know if you can buy VIP time, like, on, like, a card or a code nowadays. But I think it would be really interesting. Okay, getting to my point. I wanted to make a character, or make an account. I'm stuck. I wanted to make an account and then release the account details. Right? I wanted to make an account and be like, this is the password and username. Right? And it would be something stupid like play this account. And I like the idea of doing that and then coming back like a month later and seeing what's up. Be like, I let anybody play this account for a month or something similar. I'd have to set it up properly, I think, because I worry about, like, what if I did that and then it just like, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I think it not being like a main account might not be so problematic. But then I worry about, like, if someone goes on it, and especially if it were VIP, for example, if people would, like, then try and use that to spam, because there's the whole, like, free-to-play accounts can't speak in world chat kind of thing for a certain amount of time. So that's a limitation to stop that kind of thing. So if I'm essentially paying for an account that, like, I don't think it would be that bad. But I am always concerned that that would be, like, a problem sort of thing. It would feel weird about people, like, if people were to, like, buy Lotro points for the account as well, but I guess I'd actually have to, like, read the, like, terms of service, like, fully and just see, like, what's up. That's why I haven't done it yet, though, is because I'm always been, like, iffy. Yeah. I guess the idea is I'd have to, like, log in once a day and, like, document it, because let's say you did it for a month and you just come back and there's no characters. There's either nobody's played it, or there is, Like, nobody's played it, or they, you know, have deleted all the characters. I guess you could see how many Lotro points. If I were to do it, just off the top of my head, I'd probably release something about it. And then I would, like, record as that video went out on that account. Because if you like, are playing an account, and then someone else logs into that account, it boots you off. Like, whoever's on there first. I'm pretty sure. Because I've done that to myself before on, like, 2 accounts. Where I've, like, accidentally logged in as the wrong character or wrong account when I've had my multiple accounts open. And then it's, like, kicked me off. And kept, like, the newer instance. And I had a while back, I have a whole script for a video for this. I had a whole script for a video talking about how kind of bad Lotro's security is, honestly. And I could maybe tie it in if I were to ever do this, where I was talking about how there's no, like, 2-factor authentication, and they talked about doing 2-factor authentication, and I was like, okay, I won't do this now, because if it's coming soon, then, you know, TM, then I won't worry about it, sort of thing. But, like, one of my examples was I once played... I once played on stream, and I had weird internet issues where, for some reason, don't understand. I really don't understand how this works, but I was trying to stream, and it wouldn't let me stream, right? I could play the game, I could play Lotro, but I couldn't stream to Twitch. I changed my VPN. I didn't have my VPN on, but I changed my VPN to Switzerland. I just chose some random place. I went to Switzerland. And Twitch worked. And Lotro worked. But in the eyes of Lotro, I had just been playing in the UK, and then I'm suddenly in Switzerland. And there was no, like, worry about it. I didn't get, like, an email being like, hey, by the way, just letting you know, this happened. Sort of thing. So, yeah, I've always thought that was a weird thing. I also remember... So this is actually a story. I can't get the... I know it happened for a fact. And I have one forum post that I can, like, kind of... I know where it exists, I think. That I remember there was a very controversial YouTube person who had, like, a load of their accounts hacked. And there's that website, like, Have I Been Pwned? Where you can, like, see what database breaches or what there were. And I heard through sort of the grapevine that they actually had a Lotro account, and then someone logged into their Lotro account, went on the Lotro forums, and then started, like, spamming slurs all over the Lotro forums. Or at least on one page. Obviously, the account got banned, but obviously, there was, like, no, like, security there. Obviously, like, the password got leaked, which is not great, but... Or I don't think it necessarily got leaked, like, specifically a Lotro password. Wasn't there a Lotro database thing years back? Just gonna check my own email. Don't mind me. Oh, that's a double dot. Good news, your incorrect email. I haven't. Let me have a look. Yeah. In August 2013, Lord of the Rings Online suffered a data breach that exposed over 1.1 million players' accounts. Data has been actively traded on underground forums, includes email addresses, date of births, and password hashes. Comprised data, date of birth, email addresses, IP addresses, passwords, usernames, and website activity. Which is what a lot of people think. That was 2013. So actually, I was already playing, but apparently my account was not part of that. My account hasn't been flagged on that, at least. Supposedly, I'd heard that there was one a few years later, but it was never, like... It wasn't as big then. Yeah, there was obviously a cleanup a while back, And or they made it so the passwords reset on like most of them. If they hadn't been accessed for a certain amount of times, I think the password got reset. If I remember correctly, I could be thinking of a different game. So that was something that got like, but I'm almost interested in, did that actually happen? Not to say I don't trust SSG, but like, you can just say something's happened and it not necessarily be true. I wonder if I have an account that's like old enough to potentially have been reset. Like, it's if they haven't played in like 2 years or something, I think. My old best friends, like the person who got me into Lotro, they haven't played for a while. So I wonder if their account got done. Anyway, besides the point. I actually had that as part of that video. I think I still have the Lotro security issue was a Word file I have, and that is not the up-to-date one. It's probably on my laptop. Yeah, because I made a point about how every time I open the Lotro store, I'm like showing my account username, which is a very like specific issue to have. Like most people won't have that issue, but you're not just like showing your username constantly. Interesting. I haven't seen DDO on there. I'm also not under any of those, so I don't actually know. Oh, right, okay. That makes some sense. Dueling network? No! They are separate now, aren't they? I know for a fact I had to make a second account on the same email for DDO that's separate than my Lotro account. I don't know if that change happened after Turbine Points stopped being a thing, because Turbine Points were shared, I think, if I remember correctly, and then they became Lotro Points and DDO Points, I'm presuming. I haven't played DDO in a while. I really like DDO's, like, there's a lot of things I like about DDO. I don't think I'd choose DDO over Lotro, personally, but there are quite a lot of things I like. There's also a few things I don't like. I don't like the map in DDO, not gonna lie. Wait, where am I? Am I supposed to be down here? I am supposed to be down there. Because I like the fact that you can move the map, but I didn't like the fact that the map, like, when I moved, it like reset to original position. It was weird.
Cardolan and Rudar
Maybe that was a me
were
thing.
enmeshed in bloody fighting for near all the years of their existence. After King
Megovanen.
Reminx, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, I think from what I've heard, you have to like ask SSG. They're like, hey, and I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't be bothered to go through hoops to do that. So I'd have to like send an email or something. Yeah, it might be some situation between like when it became free to play and stuff, at least DDO. I think it was just in my head, because I never played DDO before the change. I think my head just went turbine points, because I remember when I made my like turbine point farming video. I don't know why I'm doing that, because it's literally what it's called. I was looking it up to see if anybody had done anything similar, or like originally before I made the video, I was just looking it up, and there was this like video about DDO where you would get turbine points, and my brain presumably just went, oh well, turbine points are turbine points, let's just farm on DDO and do that. instead of just like, I don't know, going VIP. I don't know. It was simpler back then. Simpler times. I remember being able to buy the riding. No, I remember, and I honestly, again, simpler times. I remember the day I saved enough Lotro points to buy the currency cap on my account, which was admittedly, like, it's not a thing anymore, but it was like only 300-ish Lotro points. So I don't know what took me so long, but yeah. Oh wait, I literally have a swift travel skill, don't I? I just didn't actually put my travel window on, did I? Travel window. And then I should be able to go to Herna. Nope, please travel, thank you. I do kind of want to go to back to DDO at some point. I think it would be interesting. But also, I don't know. I felt like I'd be just going over the same content again. Recently quit your MMO, you were playing for years. Would I recommend Lotro? I definitely would. Endgame is not really something I specialize in too much, but there is plenty of groups and raids and stuff. And there is actually like new content coming out still. Like this expansion that I'm in is not only had 2 endgame like instances and raids or whatever. Not quite raids, but technically. But it was also a brand new introduction to the actual like level 1 to 30 content. So definitely, especially now, like all the free-to-play changes means you can get to like, you can pretty much get to level 100 for free. Like you have a content up to, well, 95 for free. And then easily, if you're not VIP, you can get enough Lotro points to get all the other stuff. Bug-wise, it is an old game. It's like 16 years old this year. So there is a little bit of sort of technical like limitations to it. But yeah, it's not terrible. And the community is great, in my opinion. I think it's one of the things Lotro gets complimented for the most is the community, really. A lot of people being like, not necessarily surprised. I think a lot of people are surprised because, you know, they expect a certain level, and you know, it's in my opinion better. Yeah, there's plenty of classes and everything. There's how many classes are there now? I mean, obviously minusing Corsair. There's quite a lot of classes now and a lot of like variation. I'm being attacked. Stop being attacked, me. I'm just playing the most basic, which is Hunter. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why do I think that was more? Yeah, that. I will say, right now, we're sort of undergoing a few changes in regards to some mechanics. So, power is getting changed to scale a bit more. At the moment, you can be at like 1 million morale health at the end of the game, but only have 6,000 power. Whereas now it's going up to like be a bit more like higher numbers and everything's scaling a bit higher. And then Warden and Captain. Was it Captain's getting a redo? Not redo, but like rework. Hey, I'm going to see the Witch King in a minute. Is it the Witch King? It is the Witch King. Hi. We should send Ghost a picture of the Witch King. I actually haven't looked into the crafting changes yet. What are the crafting changes looking like? It's actually so nice to have a phone that works. I bought a new phone. Yeah. So what I'll do is I can log out actually, and I can sort of vaguely go over some of the classes. I bought a Google Pixel 7. It was like £100 off, so I was like, yeah. My phone was just getting on my nerves. I have had my phone for like my old phone for like 5 years, so I thought it was time to do that. I was thinking about getting a 6A. I was like, oh, when the 7 comes out, then the 6A is gonna like maybe go down in price, and then it was like £100 off. So, I was like, you know, might as well. So yeah, class you got Bjorning, which is its own thing, which is two-handed and dual-wield, which can basically do everything. It can tank, it can DPS, and it can heal. It's kind of broken. We got Burglar, sneaky boy. We love our sneaky boy. Brawler, which... can someone in chat explain to me Brawler's purpose? I still, personally, am not too clear on Brawler's purpose. It says here, aggressive melee fighters. See, I told you. I said I'm going to take a photo. I may have not said it. I may have said it in my head. I said I'll take a photo of the Witch King and see how quickly Ghost comes back. I called it. He loves himself a Witch King. Yeah, I don't really know. I've had a lot of people telling me that like DPS, but also I've been telling like defensive. Or are they just a bit of both? I don't know. I'm confused. Campus is more support. If you're looking for two-handed, Champion is two-handed. I think Champion two-handed is highest DPS at the minute rather than dual-wield. Guardian, I love this sword actually. I actually use this cosmetic sword, or a very similar cosmetic sword, on my my Guardian. No, my Guardian has an axe. My Captain has this sword. Hunter, my beautiful boy. Elf Hunter, Tarvelod. That's who we are. Should I just make Tarvelod on here? Lawmaster. I love Lawmaster actually. Having a lot of fun with it. Mini. I do have a nice mini. I need to sort out my mini, which is more like healer. Runekeeper is just unlimited power. Warden's a very interesting one. It says defense. I don't know if that's strictly true nowadays. I know they want it to be more tanky, right? But I feel like Warden ended up being more of a DPS rather than a defensive thing. But yeah, if you're looking for sort of two-handed sort of things, yeah, Guardian, Champion, it's probably your best bet. Brawler, you just get to punch things. So why not? I need to level up my Brawler. I think top DPS is Hunter at the minute. Am I wrong? Or is it Runekeeper? I can't remember. Like at endgame. I think it switches around a few times. I think Hunter and Champion are like two very basic classes. It literally says basic, so I'm not just being insulting. Yeah. Hunter, I remember Hunter at one point was highest DPS, and I think it traded with Champion. And then at one point, Red Runekeeper ended up being highest DPS. I'm pretty sure at some point that was the case. Yeah, Champion is really fun. Shinging around, and I love that sound. Something really, really good about just the shing. I have to consider the oh, he's back. I thought he disappeared, to be honest.
Defeat, the armies of the Witch King required time to recover.
It is hard to listen to.
He disappeared. I'm so sorry, guys.
And no, he will write no more.
I think you should.
Let's put that on. I need to get rid of some inventory stuff. Let's keep the Before the Shadow music, because we love ourselves some music, and everything else can go. Also, it's really good because we are starting to pick up loot boxes. I don't have an addiction. How dare you say that? But I I'm hopefully in between streams going to be opening up my loot boxes. It's not an addiction if I can open them for free. All right, we've gone through this before. This is the official rule of this whole thing. Unfortunately, on this account, I can open 3 at a time, not 4 per character. But hey, if I'm getting double XP, I can very easily do that. So no, there is a VIP system. There you can buy VIP. But it doesn't relate to the loot boxes. Basically, if you are at least a premium account, so you either had VIP previously or bought Lotro points or like premium currency or anything like that, you can get yourself for every year that you're on the game, you get a reward. And for a 3-year reward, you get 3 of the Black Steel keys, which you can use to unlock these loot boxes, which give you like 4 items. So they give you a bit of gear, a cosmetic piece of gear, a random item, and something called Motes of Enchantment, which you can then trade in for stuff. However, if you are a 3-year-old account, you get 3 of those keys for free. If you're a 7-year-old account, you get an extra 1. So my main account is nearly 10 years old. No, it is nearly 11 years old, sorry, this year. And basically, I'm silly, and I have a lot of character slots. I have, I think, 54 character slots or something like that. 56, possibly? I could be wrong. I think 54. And I make 25 characters, get them to level 20, open up those boxes. I get 100 keys, and then I open up 100 loot boxes because I think it's interesting content, quite frankly. Also, I'm slightly addicted, I'm not going to lie. Help me. This is a cry for help. We are close to getting that done. I think part of me wants to go on my main account on Shadowfax and just do 25 Beornings from there and open up a load of loot boxes and then just store the items until the server goes down, and then I'm just going to trade them over. Because, this server is going to be like a couple months before it's transferable. It's fine, because I am not spending any of my money. I'm just spending a lot of time. Though that said, I'm getting a lot of motes out of it, so I mostly use motes. Like, I use a lot of motes. Because, like, Feyrand, for example, I'm spending every 6,000 motes I get. Hey, Sarah Okard is in this game, all right? I'm sure with enough motes that I'm okay with that. Yeah, the max is 4 keys. At least currently. I don't think they're probably planning on adding more. But that's kind of nice because I can do 25 and then it's 100 and it's like a nice sort of easy, like nice number. Yeah. Sarah Okart body pillow when? Yeah, 4's our max. One day they'll give me more. You just imagine blurred in the background of the streams. That's not actually a curtain, it's just Sarah Okart body pillow. I do actually have quite a few Lotro things in the background, but nothing you can actually see. I have my 10th anniversary music disc up on that shelf. I have my 10th anniversary mug for the game. I have my sealed collector's edition of the game as well.
Missing pages.
You know, we were talking about weird challenges. Lotro, but I'm a Sarah Okart. You just have to make I guess you'd have to make her a hobbit, right? But you make it as close to Sarah Okart, and you just have to walk everywhere. Even that's too fast. You just have to do this everywhere. The annoying thing about the walking is it's too fast still. I think it's just a general game issue. Not Lotro as a game, but like most games where they always have that like following thing where your character is slightly faster than the speed of the walking of NPCs, right? So even if I do /follow, the amount of times behind like Sarah Okar, even if I'm like walking, I'll like be moving and then I'll catch up and then I'll stop and then it like buffers and then it carries on. Yeah. It's a bit of a pain. But I guess something we've got to live with. Oh, I've got to put my plugins back on. I haven't played Assassin's Creed 2 in ages. I really liked Assassin's Creed 2. I remember playing Assassin's Creed 1, like, so, like, I played it, like, non-stop, finished it, and then I realized that the second one had already been out, and I was like, I need the second one now. I played, like, an Assassin's Creed game in a while, though. I wanted to go back through and play them all. I've had the... I'm weird. I've talked about this before, but I get weird with series. Even if Assassin's Creed at this point, at least from my perspective, is a lot of... I could play the newest one, and I probably wouldn't have like any problems story-wise. I probably could live with it. Like they're kind of separated enough that it's not a problem. I could be wrong. Again, I haven't played them, so I wouldn't know. But I still get this weird thing where I feel like I have to play the ones I've missed. Like, for example, Final Fantasy, for example, I could probably play any of them and it wouldn't matter particularly which one I played. There's probably a couple where it's like, you know, relevant information, but yeah. Because I've recently wanted to start playing through the Pokemon games again. So I've been like getting all of those together to do. And then I remembered that Pokemon Mystery Dungeons got re-released on Switch, and then I got a little bit distracted by that. Not gonna lie, I loved Pokemon Mystery Dungeons and when I was younger, and I was like, I want to play all them again. Yeah, it's kind of like it's like I said with was it Persona? Where I was like, I feel weird about playing there's like 6 first. It's like Yakuza. I played Yakuza 0 because I was like, it's the first one. I'll play it. The problem is, I was playing Yakuza 0 and I was just like completing all the side content as soon as it came out. Like, so I still haven't finished it. I remember the last thing I did is in Yakuza 0, I was doing like this RC racing mini game thing, and I was on like the final boss for it, and I was like trying to pick out the right parts. Wooden box is empty, already ransacked and is contacted by orcs. And then we gotta go kill some stuff, so let's go back to here. What's the game I was playing? There was a game I was playing recently. I can't remember what it was. I tried going back to Hades a little while back. Played that a bit. Let me just go to Karanos. Wait, no, Skerlock Farm? No, Karanos is closer and better. Yeah, what was it? Apparently I have 29.1 hours in Yakuza 0, and I still haven't finished it. I can't remember. I get really weird about remembering what games I played. Clearly it wasn't on Steam, so it must be on something else. Just spend a lot of time. I think the reason I also stopped playing Yakuza is because I didn't have a controller for a while. That didn't help. Some games are just difficult to play without controllers sometimes. It's weird. That's another thing I wanted to experiment with more is Lotro does have the ability to do X inputs. And I wanted to try and do like Lotro playing with a controller, because I was thinking it might be possible. Because, okay, let's say I'm playing Hunter. There's probably a very limited amount of skills I'm actually going to use. And if I can move my mouse and open certain windows, I could probably do like very awkward, but I could do travel skills, for example. And I don't know if anybody's well, it's not like it's an unpopular game, but if anybody remembers how the spell selection worked in Fable, where it would have sort of a selection of 4 skills, and then you would cycle through sets of 4. I was trying to work out if there was a way of doing that with certain skills, where I could sort of have a group of 4 and then a group of 4, and like moving with the trigger. But I think that's more a limitation of the game more than the like controller. Because years back, there was that whole thing about like Lotro coming to console that was in that investors meeting. And I was always trying to work out how controls would work for that, if they were to do it. I will say, though, I'm really bad at 100% completing games. I get to like 92%, and I just then get like... Problem is, I get to like 92% or 92%-ish generally, and then what happens is I've left all the difficult things to last, and then I kind of get bored and don't want to do all the difficult things because I've left. I don't think so. I've always been of the opinion, and I think this has generally been what people have thought of. It was strictly to get money from investors to be like, hey, we want to do this. It's not necessarily their actual plans. Like, there was a couple things in that. So what was it? It was Daybreak, wasn't it? Daybreak. Yeah, this is 2020 from EG7. Let's have a look at what it was. Globally recognized third-party IP portfolio. Okay, that's fine. I don't know where it was. I think I scrolled way past it. But yeah, I think it was a situation where it was mostly just said to be like, hey, there is a potential here. Not necessarily that they're going to do it. Oh, here it was. 2022. So just saying. Lotro upgrade. Summary. Planning visual and technical updates to Lotro for PC and next-gen consoles to capitalize on Amazon's highly publicized large investment of $500 million in the Lord of the Rings TV series.
How can I be of service?
Where am I going? The farm. So yeah, there's also a new project apparently that they were going to announce at some point, but I haven't heard anything about that. Obviously, if it's not really related to Lotro, I probably I'm not as clued in. I don't really follow like Daybreak or EG7 or anything like that. Well, yeah. It's funny that they said 2022. However, wait, this was December 2020. I was like, I didn't know if COVID like would affect, like if it was early 2022, sorry, 2020. I didn't know how it would maybe have changed. See, I do like the end of Before the Shadow. I just feel like they kind of have stretched it out a tad by just trying to make you go everywhere. They're like, you know what? You can go everywhere. You know what? It might actually be quicker for me to go to Breland, to be honest. If I go Breland and then go to Andrath, and then at least I've got the Stable Master for that. And then I've got a little bit more piloting around to do. And yes, I'm aware that I'm currently in the Shire. I'm back to my home. I need to scroll down to Wayfaring on this.
Good day.
Yeah. Westbury. Yeah, Westbury. Didn't have to check what direction west was. I don't know what you're on about. So 26 is return to camp. And then Oscar is 26 as well, but we also have to do the skill. Because, yeah, we were doing really, like, quick leveling for a while. But now it's kind of slowed down because of the whole, like, there's so far distances to travel. And I feel like it's just kind of, I don't want to say it, like, feels rushed, because it doesn't. I do like the story and all that, but it does feel like they're trying to delay you at the end. It's kind of very packed at the beginning. I guess it's an intro, it makes sense. But at the end, especially with the last quest being like, just get to level 32 and then come back and go to Rivendell. Like, we'll sort it out. It does feel a little bit meh with that one. I also need to check. Legendary item server rewards. I want to see. Because I have... what was that? Ideally, I want to get, like, the special legendary Angmar stuff. Like Legend of Angmar, Hooded Cloak of Narmalith Redemption. That one's not so bad. The Rambler's Frame. The title right as well. I'll also try and get the title right on my main account at some point, because I don't think I got the Universal one. I could be wrong. I don't know if Feyran's got Legend of Angmar or just Rambling Rover. I should check that. But yeah, Moria Rambler Frame, Legend of Moria. Those ones would be fun to get. But technically, the next things we can get is at level 40 for the Legendary server. So we're a little bit away. Because it's Bree Seeker at 14, which is... Oh, at 15, I guess. And then we have to do Daughter of Strife. Get to deal with Narmalith. Which I guess is a bit more fitting from us doing Before the Shadow. We're like kind of introduced already, in a sense. But I think what I'll do is, obviously I'm kind of playing this on here, but I'll probably do a lot of like farming. If I had just farmed, I'd probably be at like 40-ish by now. If I just spent this time purely farming, it would be very boring, but effective. So I might do that on like the main account just to pick up the extra few cloaks. And then if I'm like super high level, I can help this account if I need to pick up some Angmar coins or whatever. Oh, hey, my wit is increased. I'm wittier than I was prior. Gonna go to Valor next, I think. Valor Loyalty, I think that's the one I'm going for. And I also have 4 trait points, which I have no idea what to spend on. Merciful Shot I'm not really using. I don't even have it yet. Which is one of the weird things about this whole setup is you get things a lot earlier than you should. All skill inductions will decrease that. Burn Hot will be very interesting to get. I don't think we're at a point where Burn Hot is a particularly relevant skill. We haven't got a legendary weapon yet as well, so that also kind of nerfs it a little bit. But we'll see. But I did get 5 Lotro points, which I'm all pretty happy about. And hopefully I just don't get, like, stuck with quests. What's that mount? This is the, can't remember its name. The Steed of the Dead City. It is the Ultimate Edition from Minas Morgul mount. So I don't think it's... is it still available? I actually can't remember. I don't know if you can buy it now, because it kind of like changed to be different thing, right? You can still buy the Ultimate Bundle for Minas Morgul. It's just Mordor you can't buy the Ultimate Edition for, which I know Ghost is very upset by, because Ghost would very much like the Steed of the Ash Plains, from what I understand. But you can't have it. It is weird to me that they wouldn't make Mordor available. Like, I know for a fact people would buy it. Like, there are people that watch the stream that I know have Mordor, like, standard edition and would pay to get the Ultimate Edition for, like, the earrings. I mean, even the earrings aren't even that relevant now, because Gundabad and Morgul earrings, but still. I just really hope that I can, in the future, I really want to be able to buy another Shining Stone of the Tortoise, because I'm guessing you don't get that with Before the Shadow for Lotro points. I haven't looked. But also I can't see because this account has Before the Shadow, obviously. So... How much is the standard edition? Only 17 pounds. Not terrible. Right, and then there's the treasure cache as well. With the Grave here. Are we on level? We're actually under level by quite a bit, but... Well, I say a little bit.
By the time he finally reached Dol Neil.
Every time I look at this spear, the few times I've done it, all I can think of is Necrons from Warhammer. That's all I think. I think it's just kind of that shade of green specifically just feels very Necron-y to me. I actually thought about buying some Warhammer recently. I don't know why. I just kind of had that urge. I was gonna like look on eBay to find some maybe like older sets that, you know, aren't like a thing you can make anymore. Maybe like they're not like part of the game, because I know there was this whole change or whatever. Just to like paint some stuff.
Nandia was at Sarn Ford when
we can have a painting stream. Oh, I actually thought about that. I said I wanted to buy some Lord of the Rings models from Games Workshop and then like paint on stream. But I haven't painted like minis in actual like years. Like a good 7 years minimum. So I would be very worried about the outcome of that. Where's my nose really itchy? I hate it. I saw some news about it, but I haven't... all I saw was some news saying, like, a literal one-of-a-kind, and I assume there's, like, one of the One Ring card or something. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't, like, looked into it that much. But I will have it. It will be mine, even though I don't play Magic the Gathering, but... I don't have the money to get into it, I don't think. From what I understand. That said, I do have a lot of Magic the Gathering cards just randomly, but... Each a weird one. Yeah. I do. Have a good one. See you later. Yeah, I just remind myself to look through the, like, the terms and services. Like, I want to know the official stance of what would go wrong with that video. That's something I'm always worried about. Even if I made, like... So, for context, I'm talking about the idea I had of... I wanted to make an account and then like give out the password and username, and then like come back in a month and just see what's up, basically, just for a video. But I don't know if that's like bannable. Like, okay, so if the account that I was playing on, like that account, the like freshly made account, like got deleted or got banned, I wouldn't care. If like any of my main accounts got banned, I'd be very upset. Because honestly, a lot of my the methods I use to do stuff is kind of relevant or based on the fact that my account is a certain age. Like, the only reason I'm so kind of nonchalant about motes gear is because my account is over 3 years old, and therefore I can get motes like super easily. I ain't doing missions. I've already done that too many times. Far too many times. The stench of death and decay filled your nostrils as you approached this corner. Okay, I don't know. Is this become a little bit easier? Is this Cravens, Crawlers, or Gauntmen? I think, unless I'm misremembering a different quest, I feel like it didn't used to have Cravens and Crawlers as part of it. So it might be a little bit easier. Or I've done the other part of the quest that I'm thinking about quicker than before. Okay. Now I can't wait to just get completely lost, not know where I'm going, which is kind of the definition of lost, I think. And just really struggle. Like, I know where it is. I know what I'm specifically looking for. It's just getting to that point. I'm pretty sure it's here because this is like where Gorwyn is. Wonderful old Gorwyn. I need to work out where I'm going at level 30. I guess Evenden is like best spot. Because Angle is 40-ish. I'm a little worried. Not that I think we're going to be getting to like 30, 40 today. 30 possibly. There is a chance we'll get to like 30-ish. Also, I realize I don't have to kill this guy. Nice. Yeah, 30 is certainly possible. Just, I don't think 40 is going to happen. So that said, when we get to 40, if we start doing Angle, Eregion, Moria, that's going to be like some pretty beefy experience because the amount of very close together questing in those areas, maybe less Angle, but Eregion and Moria certainly have a lot of bunched up questing. So it actually should be super easy to boost on through that content. Yeah, this is much easier doing it this way, to be honest. Like, rather than going to finding Gauntmen specifically. No way that's otherwise happening. No, you can't. This isn't allowed, all right? This is against the rules. What rules? The rules I just made, but it's still against the rules. Right, one more crawler. Hello, thank you. Gorwyn, I am on my way back to do whatever I was going to do. Actually, I can't remember. Talk to Gorwyn at the camp south of Thingy. The Witch King has worked great evil, and the Rangers need your help to oppose his servants and his dark. Oh, we got boots. I lose a lot of physical mastery, though. Don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel.
It is no small feat to brave the
and then
dangers that
double bomb. And bring the ancient swords to Halbrand so they may be destroyed. I think... Wait. No, damn it. That's rather annoying. Okay, we'll... I mean, it's fine. It's just a pain to get back here. I don't like it. Right.
Greetings, friend.
Is there some really easy things in this area that I can do right now? Without hiccuping. That's a bunch of other quests that we've got to do, so I don't really want to do that. I am kind of, for the most part, focused on the epic part, because on like a main server, probably wouldn't matter too much. Or it would matter, sorry, more. But on here, it's not so bad because of the double XP. You can kind of cheese it a little. And let's try and make our way back up. Actually, might look up this quest. I just want to see vaguely how far we've got. I don't think it's that long. Death on the Barrow Downs. Death on the Barrow Downs. So we actually only have 3 more quests after this. And we're at 26. So I'm a little bit concerned. There's a level 72 afterward quest. Interesting. Oh, okay. That's even more interesting. So apparently Egfrith is a character you can see in the Moria depths, or sorry, Isengard depths, when you're captured. So that's annoyingly actually a quest that Feyrand is unable to do because he has already done that content. How slightly disappointing. Traitor of Rohan and servant of Saruman. A little bit slow, but not quite. Anyway. It's interesting to know. Yeah, so we've got like 3 more chapters after this. So we're probably not going to get to 32 from just that. However, we can go up to Andrath to get that. We can probably get Sarkvorn Discovery at some point. If not, we can always like go some other place. Like it expects us to go Lone Lands, right?
This is what I feared.
Up to 35. Or North Downs.
This is what I feared. We have no choice now.
Travel now.
We may already be too late. Let us hope we are not. This way.
Okay. Hopefully we get some decent experience. 250 experience. How much do we get for that quest? 5,000. So... See, it wouldn't be a big deal if not for the fact that the final quest is literally get to level 32. Like, it's otherwise not a big deal. Apart from literally that point. I also should totally put the boots on that I just got because health and all that. Not much health, mind. Less than I expected. Maybe I should start putting these food on me. Not a terrible idea, actually. I need to... Oh, wait, I have blood arrow. I could have used blood arrow. I'm gonna put some... have I sold all the food? I think I sold the food. That's not fun. I think it's fine. We can skip a couple of enemies, but it might be best for us to not just do that.
They came this way, but where then did they go?
Mr. Halberad, I'm gonna go this way. I have a feeling that I know the right way through the glowing trapdoor that is kind of obviously where I'm supposed to go, not gonna lie. Yeah, because I think... Well, first off, I think it's really laggy right now, but I think, yeah, it's not guaranteed attacks. Like... Oh, wait a minute. Is the Narrow Hell thing a thing available now? It might not show on here for me. I might be able to get a new cloak that's actually relevant to Faerend. I'll see if I can get a level 100 one, actually. Yeah, I won't be able to do like the higher level ones, but I might be able to get a 95, 100, and a... I can do 105. Whether or not I can get 115 is a different question altogether, but I think 105 is probably within the threshold of me being fine. I will have to check, though. I will have to switch over at some point. I'll wait until after the stream, though. A little investigation time of my own. Hi, Gorwyn. How you doing?
He is down here, but I know not how we might save him.
What up, Manel, dear? I'm just gonna put a trap by you.
At this time of year?
Look out!
I always put the trap there and then forget that he's attacking invisible enemies and they don't become visible. So I kind of wasted my trap. Well, I didn't actually. I think I got something like
Slay them all.
I think we could. I think we could. Wait, wasn't I... Didn't I change this to the Blightgate one? To make it all pretty like...
The trolls return!
Manel, dear, awake from this.
The specters of his past.
It's the Grey Fear. His eyes. We're out of the budget. We can afford them.
Escape them.
You lie. How have you worked this evil?
Oh, I can get up here. Nice.
Great power
I don't...
resides.
Wait, I do have to attack him. I'm going to put down a trap.
I was given only a part. The new Lord of Angmar possesses a good deal more.
Release him from the spell.
I'm just going to hard
I
save
will
him.
not abandon you. I will not.
I mean, you kind of asked for it when you said release him.
Can do so.
No! No!
Oh, wait, I don't actually attack the Grave here, do I? It's one of those times. I mean, they can't really attack me. Hi.
The power
Oh, you totally expect that I'm supposed to be in the middle. Wait, I don't know what just happened.
In return,
I can't move. Oh, I'm dazed. I didn't actually pay attention. That's actually a really interesting point. If you play the first person thing, you, especially if you also do this, you can't necessarily tell what's happening to you.
land. None command me.
I want to know, like, UI settings, for example.
Perhaps
Can I,
take on a new form,
like,
a young form, and
do I take off vital? Is there a way of, like,
kingdom
removing my vitals,
mine again.
you know?
Kingdom
Without just
of
making
the
them
dead.
super small. There's a way of, like, yeah, toggle radar on and off, toggle lotto store, toggle HUD, music mode, first person, target lock on, which is the worst option to exist in the game and it should not exist. So the only thing I can do is turn my radar off. That's literally
Your
it.
time will come, thin-blooded craven.
One thing I could always do is I could go get my ultra wide back and then I could like move them off to the side but then cover them up so I can't actually see it and then just not have it on here. That's also one way of doing it.
Gorwin, are you alright?
Are you alright, Gorwin? Manelda ain't, but are
I
you?
will live. But Manelda.
Okay. So yeah, it's weird where you do that and then it's sort of like, hey, you should
The grey fear has
level to 32 now. Okay, thanks, bye.
his hatred of this land.
I can't even pick it up because I'm like 200 level. But that is a pretty nice boost in armor. And I just leveled to 27, which means I can actually pick up this quest now that just tells me to level up 5 times. Continue your adventures in the Lone Lands or the North Downs and reach level 32.
We are about to become
What do I think is the best race class combo? In my opinion, it's so I have an issue. My like favorite class race combo is Elf Hunter. Technically, like Elf Hunter, it just fits in my head, and also it gets the bonus of the bow damage. However, I like High Elf better than I like Elf because of the rolling animation. But you don't get the bonus. You get the sword bonus. You just don't get the bow bonus. That said, clearly the actual right answer is Bjorning, because I mean, what else are you gonna choose? Okay, so this one is like, hey, it gets level 32. So we're gonna try, I think, and pick up some of these. They might not necessarily be upgrades, but picking up some of these like 23s maybe is probably the best bet. I also want to pick up, yeah, never just the one thing. Dwarf Guardians, very fitting. I mean, there's a few things. Like, for example, with me and Burglar, like, I feel like Burglar, it makes sense to have a lower, like a smaller class or smaller race because it kind of fits with the sneakiness of it. However, for the longest time, and I'm very glad I can do this now, for the longest time, I wanted High Elf Hunter, High Elf Burglar, because I found it really funny, the idea of a High Elf Burglar. Like, in my head, somewhat, High Elves are a little bit snobby. And I just find it funny, somewhat, that a High Elf sort of being above everybody else, or thinking they're above everybody else, not necessarily the case, but would be then become a burglar. My actual burglar is a stout axe, and his story is that he's a jeweler and he hates low quality jewelry, so he steals jewelry off people and then crafts it into better looking jewelry and then reverse pickpockets it. Except he forgets to do that last thing a few times, unfortunately. That's his story.
The statue of Luilos is said to be among these ruins.
I don't want to go all the way back up there. No. I do need to do this one because this quest specifically gives us Ravaging of Cardolan gives us the Scroll of Luloth, and we need that. Worst is definitely Hobbit Warden. I don't disagree. Hobbit shouts are not exactly my favorite, and Warden equals a lot of shouting. I mean, obviously, other than the fact I'm playing one now, I've never really been a big fan of Hobbits in this game. Not even from like a meta perspective where I'm like, oh, they don't even get any good like buffs or anything. I just kind of like, I remember when I started playing, I was like, I don't like, me and my friend were playing the game, and I mean, man burglar was my very first class and race and whatever. And I was always like, in terms of cosmetics, I cared a lot more about cosmetics back then, I think. Maybe not a lot more. I actually do try and care about my cosmetics now, but I was always like, I always found cosmetics to not look good on my hobbits, or just in general on hobbits. It's kind of changed now. They're a little bit better. But I was always like, oh, well, at the end of the day, when I'm like max level, everything will be roughly the same. So it doesn't matter what I pick in terms of that. I just want something that looks good. And then I, not necessarily purposefully, but do end up choosing the meta combos a lot, like High Elf Warden for the light damage, for example, and Elf Hunter and whatever. Please, thank you. It always reminds me of the statue of, is it Scarlet Rose or Robe? I can't remember, from Fable, like the manga. What is? It's Brawler a bad choice for beginner? I can't really comment too much on Brawler considering I haven't played it that much. I think all classes are, other than maybe Warden, are like controllable from a beginner thing. I don't know what it says on terms of difficulty on the like character select screen. But Warden is the only one I wouldn't suggest being like a first class, because it can be quite a complicated mess. Playing Warden on here might not be so bad. Less lag. Still happens occasionally though. So once I do all this, like I think I'll focus on this quest line. It's a little bit higher in terms of level, but also because it's relevant to that deed. I'll also then try and do never just one thing, because I do like the idea of getting an extra ring. And I prefer physical mastery and crit over finesse and crit defense. And I also get finesse anyway. Wait, I just get like, I switch crit defense for crit and physical mastery. Okay, that's definitely coming out. That's definitely happening.
I am glad to see you again.
Yay,
friend.
more
What have you
questing.
there?
Bring the scroll to Melinis.
and
Where
frustrating at the
is
same time.
all the way up there? Okay, hopefully we don't have what happened before. Wait, so that was 24 and now it's 20. Bit odd. Again, we need it anyway. But hopefully we don't have the issue that happened last time I did this quest. So I did this on Feyrand, I think, trying to fill his virtue slots up. And do I still have stuff to do on Feyrand here? I don't know. Anyway, I did this, and this quest actually, this or the next quest, I think it was the next quest, bugged out. So fingers crossed, we don't have that happen. Because that would suck, and I'd be very sad and disappointed about it. Hopefully, though. Like, I should look up. How much experience do we have? 244,000. How much is to get to 30? 30 is like a goal for me. 354. We have 110,000 experience to go. We need to find some higher level quests.
Take a moment of your time.
So yeah, we might end up going somewhere else. I might even just go Eminem straight up.
Vanguard tells me you have a scroll that you cannot read.
Well met.
I don't really want to go do that. You know what? We're just gonna go Evendim. What's the best way to get to Evendim? Shire, technically, right? And then go up there. I should be able to go to Oak Barton through swift travel, I think, without having to discover it. I could be incorrect about that. Let's go find out. There's potential for Yonder Shire as well to help us out if we can get to No Bottle.
Good day.
Let's have a look. There's Shire Homesteads, which can take me to Party Tree, which is a bit of the way there. So let's just go to the randomest one. And fingers crossed, it all works.
Greetings, friend.
I wonder if we can go anywhere else. No, just Pie Tree. Right. Real quick, though, I'm just going to run off for a sec. I'll be right back. And then we shall make our way a little bit further upwards to Evendim. We can try and maybe do some Borrower's Sword and Dwelling stuff. Potentially to ease us into it. And then, yeah, we can go over to, like, King's Crossing. That's got a lot. And Tinadir, obviously. And then hopefully 32 doesn't take us too long. That'll then take us to Rivendell, and then we can kind of go from there. Angle is 40, so we want to go there at least 35, preferably. We can get there at 33, but I think 35 is best. We could also just go Troll Shores a little bit earlier as well. So we could do Evendim for a bit, Troll Shores for a bit on some of like the repeatables, and then Angle, because we'll like be super close. We just don't want to do Angmar, Farakel if we can help it. I'd rather go Wildwoods than Eregion, and then Moria and stuff. But that's going to be a while. I think level 30 is like the main goal for today. Maybe 32 could be the goal. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right, we're back, and we're gonna go straight on to heading out of here, up to Brocken Moorings and Ode Barton and the like. Yeah, it should be relatively quick. Like, we're geared up quite well. Obviously the double XP is helping, but we're pretty decent gear from before the Shadow. It's not perfect, but hey, could be worse. I would have liked to go get that extra ring, but I think honestly it's not the end of the world. I'm actually curious on like 101, 14.4, amazing. But yeah, right now it's so much better for us to get close to Angle than it is to worry about previous gear from before the Shadow. Now, Angle is only going to give us one set of rings and one set of bracelet and one set of earrings, which we don't care about the earrings, obviously. I really just need some sort of... I mean, if there is a stable master... it's not a stable master. There's a skirmish camp here. I might just pick up... I don't have any marks. That's the issue. I might real quick do the skirmish tutorial. So I think it makes sense. Skirmish captain. Skirmishes.
Might I
Accept.
speak with you a moment?
It's going to be a bit of a slow start, but it's well worth it for us in the end. Especially if we can get marks. So I could have got marks from doing
great war is beginning.
deeds. That's the word I'm looking for.
Will be great and perilous. You will not survive.
We're going to be here a while.
Fortunately,
They're going to talk a lot. We don't like talking here. We like doing productivity.
Use the horn here. Learn the skill it possesses. Then call forth a soldier to aid you in retaking Bree.
Okay, cool. Let's
Good.
put these skills up
Now
here.
use your new skill and call forth a soldier of the Free Peoples. Very good. Now let me share with you the plan of how
I'm
you're
curious
going to be claimed.
on 1000
Skirmishes
morale.
against the
Okay.
enemy focus on taking and controlling locations of value and
We could also do
importance
missions
on the
in
battlefield.
Trestle Bridge for potential of gear. But again, gear-wise, I think we're pretty good.
And Bill Fanny's
Sort of
home.
vaguely. It's just these
The gate is well
swords.
protected, but your
Like,
soldier
no
will
matter
aid
what
you
we
in
are
battle.
right with, it's
If he
better.
falls, simply call for another by reusing the skill you learn. If not for my arm, I would be at your
I
side.
just wish I could skip this whole
Now
thing.
go.
I've done it like 100 times, and that's probably not that much of an exaggeration, honestly. Yeah, go ahead. I will try my best to answer. Always willing to answer questions. Okay, cool. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, my skirmish guy died. Oops. Yeah, okay, at least I'm like geared up well. Like, I was a bit worried about that morale, but I'm clearly not having struggles. Such a waste. T-pose on me. Can't do this. Can't cope. See, this one's really easily because it's an offensive one. I don't like defensive skirmishes. In my opinion, the Before the Shadow intro is leagues better, like in terms of actually explaining mechanics and the game, than like any of the other intros. So it is probably the best starter experience, in my opinion. It takes you the entire like expansion, which we're not even technically done with yet, takes you to level 32 vaguely, or like close to. So it takes you quite a decent-ish chunk into the game, and it explains things a lot better, and it has a good story. And yeah, I certainly suggest it if you're willing to get it.
For this battle, a warrior will be.
No, it's like, for example,
Will? Tom.
it actually explains like the res circles. So when you die, you lose morale, you respawn at these defeat circles. If you die, it explains it to you on a tooltip, but this is where it actually like explains it in a quest, and like it's not a big deal, but it's nice that they actually somewhat explain what's going on.
Very good.
Right, cool.
Warrior will increase our offensive capability and allow us to cut through waves of enemies.
It also gives you like good gear as well. Like some of the earlier gear in like the actual sort of original game isn't quite right for current 2023 stats. So they don't necessarily give you the correct stats because it's very old content. Whereas all this new stuff gives you properly, correctly statted gear, and like, you know, even though I don't even have any weapons, and this is like under-leveled by a pretty significant amount, I'm still not struggling, which is
Be prepared. It could come at any time.
And that is the worst thing right there about skirmishes that are defensive. Right there is that you just have to wait for them. You have to wait.
I believe we have a moment of respite before the assault continues.
At least I only have to do this once.
As you encounter and defeat more lieutenants, you will learn more about how they affect the battlefield.
Do I have any? Oh, I do have a skill thing. I don't need Bernhardt. There's no... I don't think there's any situation right now where Bernhardt is a relevant skill.
I believe we are nearing the end of this battle. Defeat this assault and Bree will be free once more. Here they come.
Are you sure? Are you sure Bree will be free? Oh, right, okay. Yeah. Cool. I do like that it's somewhat like
They have been vanquished.
scripted in that regard. You don't just have to kill all three of them. If you kill the main boss, the other guys are like, ah, yeah. That's a bad time. I'm gonna go now.
Skirmish camps. Bree, Rivendell, and Thorin's Hall, to name a few.
There you can barter your skirmish marks for new and better
Yes,
soldier
skirmish
traits.
marks. Skirmish marks.
Gear
That's
and
what I
equipment
want.
for yourself.
I have 37 of them. I can probably afford myself. Oh, I do get some for doing the quest though. It's another thing. I'm gonna go herbalist. I normally go herbalist. I like having someone who can heal me. That isn't me. So jewelry and cloaks. I'm not gonna worry about any of that gear. I just want weapons. There we are.
What do you need?
27, because that's where we are. Let's have a look at the bow in comparison. So minus 3% plus my versus minus 2%, but I prefer the agility and vitality over that. Sword, might and power, but I do get more damage. Yeah, it's not really like actually what we're supposed to be after, but I'll go those 2 daggers. Actually, that makes a lot more sense. 2 daggers. I don't think Hobbit gets a dagger buff, but at least I get stat buff. And then, is this better? I think it kind of is. It's more damage and crit. I'll use a bit of physical mastery. I'm going to hold on to it at the very least. But the higher DPS is something that I'm interested in. That's for sure. Okay. At the very least, we now have skirmishes available to us. That works. We also have the herbalist, blah, 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 blah. And that obviously didn't get... it wasn't too expensive. I also was supposed to do Defense of Minas Tirith and Hammer of the Underworld at some point. I forgot to do that. I don't know. How do I have 4 rows? So in the options, you should be able to go into quick slots in here, and you can have up to 5, sorry. And you just click that one, and then it will show. And then when you actually open your inventory, you can see that. So if I did 5, it puts, it actually puts it somewhere else. It's actually up here by default. You can actually just move them around if you want. So I could just have it here. I could have it this way if I wanted to, for some reason. And then I can also make sure it's docked. I just like to put the skills that I don't need to use that often. So like my skirmish skills and my tracking skills and stuff like that. Stuff that's not really like I need to have a quick slot for. So to be fair, my hotbar is a bit of a mess.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Nod Gardener, what's your quest?
Might I speak with you a
Talk
moment?
to Albin Northcotton. I will do it because it's a level 30 quest that is just talk to a guy, but I'm not going to continue on with the quest line. Because I don't like this quest line. But I'll take the 700 rep. I think it's 700 rep for a gift madam. Sneezy. Sniffles. I think I bit my tongue doing that. That was not fun. And now I have to go through this horrible maze of a farm. I don't understand it. Maybe my hobbit senses will help. You never know. Isn't that literally a skill? Or like a thing? The hobbit sense? There's hobbit silence. Hobbit stealth. Throw stone. I'm just going to throw a stone at some dude. I'm going to go up against Sauron and I'm just going to throw a thing at him. Oh, this is not... I don't want this to be a thing. I don't want to be shown a nice bow upgrade. It's actually quite a nice bow upgrade. I hate it. Anyway, I'm not going to do it. I don't like the North Cotton Farm stuff. I get scared of it. I think it probably would be doable to get that stuff done, but I just don't think it's worth it personally at this point. Because it's like a lot of slow quests. We're more focused on the leveling aspect right now, not the I am lost. This is not how you get out. Yeah, we're not really worried about the gear as much because we're not struggling, but we are more focused on the leveling front. So I'd rather be like getting more experience than I would get gear at the minute. Because once again, as long as we can comfortably get to about level 35 with our current gear or whatever we get in the meantime, we can always just go to Angle and, you know, do all that stuff. And Evandim also should give us a few extra things. I remember I ran around Numinas for like ages when I was like a lowly free-to-play and used that to get all my gear for a while. It was kind of a twofold though, because back then there was no level requirement and quest requirement for doing reputation. So what I'd actually be doing is I'd be going around in Numinas, getting bands of Numenor, and then once I had like 121 of them, then I would just make a new character and then get 50 Lotro points. And I'd also be getting gear and experience and stuff. So it was like a triple thing. It's like on the free-to-play, me running around the Barrow Downs, getting the Cardolan trinkets, but also I was able to get myself some nice little bits of gear. thought it was gonna die. So I'm sort of speedrunning, but I'm not, because I want to get to 140 or 130, which is currently the max. But at the same time, I'm also, because we're on a legendary server, I'm also trying to get the cloaks and stuff, like the cloaks and the frames and etc. Most of the frames are from leveling, so not a big deal. But there are a couple, like the Cloak of Narmalith's Redemption, where we do have to complete Volume 1, Book 15. So we do actually have to do some epic stuff there. We don't have to do the beginning epic stuff, which is good, because we've kind of skipped it with Before the Shadow. But the second half of Volume 1, we still need to do. There's a couple things later on with that. Like Volume 2, Book 8, that's a thing. But that's Moria, so not a big deal. Volume 3, Book 3, Echoes of the Dead, that's another one. So we're not doing all of it, at least at the beginning. Later on, it just becomes sort of the most efficient way for us to level. I think a lot of the time is doing epic stuff. Especially since we're on Shadowfax, we can kind of afford to just focus on epics in some situations because we're getting that double experience. But yeah, it's kind of twofold. We're wanting to get to 130/140, like the current level cap, as soon as possible. But I also want to try and get ourselves the cloaks and the frames and stuff like that. Those twofold. Once we get to 140 or 130, whichever it is by the time we get there, we can then go back and very easily like one-shot everything around here and go and complete, you know, the Great River stuff, the Limelight Gorge stuff, which is not really a solo area. Honestly, the reason I said speedrunning Shadowfax is also because it's just because it was like alliteration. The frames aren't only available on Shadowfax, they are only available on legendary servers. So on my main account, I already have them from Anor. In fact, like this one here is from Anor. For getting to level, is it 115? I can't remember. Give me a sec. The Black Gate frame is for the quest Waste Not, which is get to 105. So on Anor, this server, or sorry, this account had a character get to 105. So it has this frame across everything. So there's not like specific ones. However, as of this moment in time, only Shadowfax and Treebeard are available. And Treebeard at the moment is only at level 75, I think. Yeah, whereas this, and is also like 50% experience, like half experience or something like that. Whereas this server is double, well, 50% experience gain, and also a lot further along. So it just makes sense. The frames are cool. I also like the cloaks. They're quite nice. Like this is actually a cloak from the legendary server as well. And I like kind of having this goal, you know, where we can come back and be like, I just want to get through the levels as quickly as I can, and then eventually work on the special stuff. Like you can get special titles that you can only get on legendary servers. There's, I think, some furniture items you can only get. Yeah, so normally you only have like you have like the 1, 2, 3 year frame, the VIP frame, which is a bit meh. You know, and then you get Adventurous Seekers, Blaze of Hope, which is for getting to Moria, Horse Lords, which is kind of cool, Helm's Deep Defender, Beacon of Gondor, and there's also the Black Gate one. There's also a couple more, so if I actually get the page up without dying. It's kind of one of the only reasons I care about the legendary service, sadly. Yeah, so you can get these cloaks here, which are all quite nice. And then, yeah, these frames as well. So I quite like the Heart of the Mountain one, the Minas Morgul one. I actually really like all these. The Great Rivers one to get as well. You can get a couple cloaks as well. Like I really like the Anduin's Wisdom one. But yeah, there's a couple things you have to do. So this is all the deeds. Morgul is the best. Morgul is Ghost's favorite. Need to get it. True. Oh, I was supposed to get the Satchel of Glassbowing things. I personally, it's not my favorite. My favorite is... okay, my favorite is actually the Yule Festival frame. Honestly. Except specifically with this UI skin, it looks a little different. So it's actually my favorite because of that. I like the Herbalism one. There's actually a frame, the Daggerlad one, which I really like, but it's actually not obtainable. Yeah, the Mordor one actually on this character is not so bad. At least. But, yeah, if we go through, like, all of them, the basic ones are, well, basic, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then there'll be a 16 one as well, which will probably just be adding an extra one of these silver reefs at the bottom. Monster Play one, VIP and VIP Monster Play. Midsummer, I really like the Midsummer one. I do like the Yuletide one as well. I was using the Midsummer for ages, but the Yuletide is my favorite so far. This one's really nice, which is the Lesson in Herbalism. I will eventually get that on Faerand. Mordor one is for 10-year-old accounts, and the Blackgate is a VIP one. Sorry, the Shadowfax Legendary Set one. This one is unavailable, but you... like, there's no way to obtain it, but it exists in-game, which is kind of sad. The Veils of Anduin one. Honestly, all these extra ones are just really cool. Like this, yeah, the Rosgobel Friend one. Apparently it takes ages from what I've heard, but I need to get it eventually. The Shelob frame. I don't even know how to get it. I think you just have to do Remachant. It's a rare drop. So one day we'll get it, but we have to eventually get the rare drop from for Shelob. Warrior 3 Peak, Blood of Azog, Durin's Bane frame. I really like that one. Good and bad. I like this one as well. Actually, no, I don't really know how I feel about it. I need to get it. I like the Rakish one. The Rakish one is one of my favorites, honestly. Like, it's definitely up there, the Rakish Charmers frame. Well worth the money I spent on it. Oh, I didn't mean to double tap that. I don't even know how long the reward track's got left. I need to invest my time into it.
Well, the gall of some folk.
The gall of some folk.
Might I have a word with you?
One of the nice things as well about doing this is I've been looking for more character, like, dialogue. So we have, like, a weakling like you defeated the Wolfmaster, and we have, like, the Welcome Thieves for the raid one. I really like that. It, for those that don't know, when we get raided on stream, it will say Welcome Thieves, and that's actually the first thing said to you on a actual raid in game, which I think is a really cool thing. Because it's Drygok that says that to you, so I think that fits. And then I think follow was Megavarnin, which I think I can randomize a little bit if I remember correctly. I do like the idea of randomizing which dialogue, which, like, Megavarnin gets used, so that it's not the same every single time. But I'm hoping that we can sort of hear some dialogue from some character eventually that I'm like, oh, we can use that on stream. Why do I keep going for the red enemies? I'm not supposed to do this. So yeah, we're getting more loot boxes. That's always good. Definitely gonna start investing in getting, like, a Beorning done every so often. Like, we have 4 loot boxes right now, plus 3 extra. So we've got 7 total, which means I can do 2 Beornings worth and unbox those. And we can obviously just, like, get Moat's gear out of this. I don't know what I'm going to do about motes gear. I don't know if I'm going to, like, you know, buy a load of motes chests every single time. Or if that would, like, ruin the kind of speedrunniness of it, in a sense, if I'm doing a load of stuff off stream. But at the very least, it means when I get to 130, I'll have enough, like, I can pick the boxes up, and then I'll have enough boxes to have, like, 130 motes gear, like, immediately, which should then lead us to having, like, pretty decent gear at 130, which we can then use to pretty easily get to 140. From what I have seen, if I do full motes gear at 130, I should be able to get through Gundabad with relative ease doing that. Also, I just realized I've been running around killing all these brigands, not actually doing any part of these quests. So, yeah. I did that thing again, where I just kind of attack everything that moves. But hey, it worked out for the better. Hopefully, I don't think it's going to give us 4,000 experience, but hopefully we get close to level 28, because that would be nice.
How rude!
Hey, there we are. It actually gave us 4,340 experience. I will take it. We obtained intent concentration, and we also got endurance stance, which is fun. So let's just do that real quick. And then at level 30, we get Merciful Shot. And at level 29, we get another trait point. And we actually get a weapon from this. We don't get a bow, but I should be able to get a sword upgrade, or a weapon upgrade, I should say. That'll be more of a burglary one. Maybe. I think that's probably what we want to go for. Though actually, I say that. Max morale versus might, like... Actually, I think it's better to go to the dagger. Because I think might at least will give us something. Might will give us block and parry versus just power.
Hello.
Okay, I have died before on an Iron Man at this point, so I might need to be a tad bit careful. But now we are level 28, so everything that was red should now be orange, and everything that was orange will most likely be thingy. No, I get that. I'm just saying I have more use out of block and parry. So the two weapons will give me the same agility and the same morale, but basically it's, do I want 12 might, which will give me block and parry, or do I want 34 power, which isn't going to really be relevant at the minute? At the moment, as it stands, it's better for me, I think, to get the might, just because it gives me something else, rather than power, which just isn't all that relevant to us at the minute. It's like the lesser of two evils, in a sense, like... Ah, you fell for my trap card. Cool. Oh, he just straight up did that. Nice. I do like this area, actually. I don't normally come over to dueling. I normally just straight up skip it. Right, up here. Though that said, once I've done the formal complaint quest for the weapon, I don't really think these are relevant except the gift madams. I will probably just straight up skip, I think.
Foul day it has.
Potentially.
An attempt to lodge a formal complaint on behalf of the Glass.
I love the idea of this being a formal complaint. It's so silly to me.
With the chief's men. The time has
Like,
come
I'm
to
just
put the
let me
Ruffians
deliver
in
it.
their place.
You don't have to read it necessarily, you know. I'm just here. I don't know why it's so laggy suddenly. But okay. Oh, rats. I love AoE skills. I don't know what the logic is behind me firing an arrow or a bunch of arrows in the air and in a building, and then not just like sticking in the roof. I think that would be kind of a cool idea, but also really annoying. Like, if you were in an internal location and you use like rain of arrows, they're just stuck in the ceiling. It would be a real pain to deal with. You'd basically just be a waste of skill, and it wouldn't be that relevant in most situations, but the idea is, you know, I'd be like, oh, that's some nice detail. Nah, you've done it. Tell me off. He's gonna deal with them, please. They're being mean to me. I think this one starts first. Oh no, I was wrong. Then it's you. Then it's you. Then it's you. And then it's you. The complaint has been resolved. I'm so glad. Is this what hobbits do to lodge formal complaints, is just kill everybody? I guess there's nobody causing problems anymore, but a bit gruesome, just saying. Okay, let's go with that. And I'm gonna head on out, I think, to Hiking's Crossing. It has a lot of quests that will be very useful. Main hand on there. And we are how much away? 286. I think it was 354. So we're about 70k away. Oh yeah, definitely the smoothest animation of all time. I don't know what you're on about. I don't know what jank you're on about. I'm scared of the salamanders. But yeah, Hiking's Crossing has a lot. Then we can go Tinadir. Then we can go to Til Ruinen with my favorite Humphrey Rummings. And then, yeah, at some point, we now have... Do we have 8? We do have 8 loot boxes. Obviously, 6. We can only do 3 at a time. But having those will be useful to unbox. I just gotta not go above level 28. I'm also going to just put myself up at this campsite. Very random campsite to have in the middle of nowhere, but we have the return to campsite skill, so I'm just going to use that to my advantage because, hey, if I've got to like go down here for a quest, which I'm going to in a minute, it at least saves us a bit of time. Now, hopefully as well, there is no roving threat around because they are scary and I'd rather not. Just saying. How much gold are we on anyway? 2.8 gold, basically. Not terrible, honestly. But yeah, for the Beornings, it's not going to be just be double experience. So we're going to get 50% experience from the being on the legendary server. We get another 50% from the earrings. And then if I put on the max starter bundle, I go up to 300% experience. So I get triple experience.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Or I guess plus 200%, so triple XP.
Stay a moment. Stay a moment.
Let's pick
Might I take a
all
moment
these
of
up.
your time? Would you do something for me? Stay a moment.
And then Stable Master, and then I guess it's... We don't want to be running over there. My whole plan to use the campsite has gone awry. Yeah, pretty much. It's not really got too much meaning behind it, except I think... I've always joked about speedrunning the game to max anyway, but also on top of that, because Shadowfax is going to eventually be shutting down, I wanted to get a character to max level so I can then get all the cloaks, frames, and stuff like that. So it's also just a bit of a challenge. Also, the real reason is its alliteration. It's just S and S. That's the entire reason the word speedrunning is there. Pretty much. I did it with Anor. I can't remember what I really called it. I don't think it was like a name for a series or anything, but yeah, I did pretty much the same with Anor. I just think it's interesting to do it. I like the concept of having like a time gated thing, if that makes sense. Like there is that time management in a sense aspect, or like time limit. Yeah, I see Treebeard. I'm gonna go on to do like the titles, the like difficulty titles, because let's be honest, I got like 2 years or something before it becomes relevant to me needing to like rush. So I don't have to be so like pushy. But yeah, I want all the frames and the cloaks and stuff. But obviously if I just get to level 140, 30, 140, whatever, I can go back and do like the Angmar instances really easily. And I can go and do, you know, XYZ quest or Limelight Gorge and stuff like that with real ease. I mean, I don't even have to be like 130 for that, but if I focus on the leveling now, it should speed up everything in the near future. So how many quests have I got and how many can I give in? So we need to get the bundles of rope and all that stuff. I don't need to kill any of these enemies for any reason, so let's just pick those up. And then tomb robbers, which I need to be careful of because I also died here on an Iron Man, and I don't like that. Let's go do the small rocks as well. I like this area. I like this questing area because there's just a lot of extra quests you get given. Like, we killed these 2 enemies and we got the soggy weeds and the ancient ring and stuff, and it's just, you know, very easy extra quest that I can just give in for pretty decent experience, considering not only are we double experience at the minute, but we are also like, you know, it's very bundled together. Yeah, so even though like Before the Shadow suggests going to Lone Lands or whatever, or North Downs, I just think it makes sense to come here and use the high amount of questing to our advantage. I also just prefer this area in comparison to North Downs and the other place. What's the other place? Lone Lands. Yeah, there's tons of quests. All, you know. And they're not like any particularly bad quests either. Like sometimes there's a lot of quests, but at least for me, I'm like, oh, they're really like annoying to do. I don't particularly, probably the most annoying quest in this sort of, at least this area, is the one I'm doing right now, which is like the driftwood and stuff. I don't like up here. I'm not a fan of like whatever this is, the Eve Spires. Personally, not a huge fan of that area, but oh yeah, no, I'm not a fan of Angmar. Angmar I will begrudgingly do in order to get myself the frame and title. But other than that, it's not getting touched. The annoying thing with Angmar as well is to get the title and the frame and stuff, I have to get to Gathforfnir, which means I have to also do the epic to get past the stones. So, yeah, not exactly the funnest situation. But luckily for us, like, with the way everything's set up now, we don't need to do Angmar, really. Like, I'll do Evendim until I get to Angle. Angle, hopefully, I can do a decent amount of. And then Wildwoods, I can do early. Or, you know, hopefully with the double XP, we get there pretty quick. Then I get Eregion and Moria. And then from there, probably skipping Mirkwood. I'm not a huge Mirkwood fan, honestly. And then I can just go straight to Enedwaith instead. And then to Dunland, which is my favorite zone. So, yeah. I should say it's my favorite zone in Eriador, because I actually don't know what my favorite overall zone is. Before Ghost gets very upset that I didn't say Minas Tirith or Minas Morgul. Any of the Minuses. Please die. Please die. Please die. Don't run away. Thank you. Like, even going around Angmar over level, I don't particularly like it. Bit of a pain. See, it's a really dumb idea, but I was like, oh, do you know what I should do instead? I should make a captain on my main account. And then on Shadowfax. And then go do Angmar on that one. And then horn them over to Gathforfnir. But I'd still have to do the Gathforfnir stuff. Or the stone stuff. So it doesn't even save me some time. Oh yeah, some of my favorite cosmetics also come from Dunland. I just really like the... I like the quests in Dunland for the most part. I'm not a huge fan of the cave. But that's like not a bad area. I'm just like meh about it. But I really like the area. I love how the quests sort of flow into each other. I like how it's separated. I love Rook. Rook is one of my favorite characters, honestly. Unironically. I really like Rook and his whole story. I actually was going to do a video about Rook, but there's kind of some weird... the information about Rook is kind of weird, because there's situations where, like, Rook and Humphrey Rummings, for example, use the same character model, which, if that were the case, I'd be like, you know what, fair enough, like, maybe there's something going on there. But also, if you go to Bree Homesteads, there is just a vendor that also has the same model, so it's not like it's that big a deal. Like, it's just a kind of more generic model that they've just adapted into being something extra. Because there's thoughts on whether or not Rook and Humphrey Runnings are the same. But at the same time, our character would probably notice it. And we don't, as far as I'm aware. And also, it would be weird for him to come to Bingo Boffin's, like, celebrations later at, like, level 72 if he's out over at, like, you know, Rohan trying to become a wizard, you know? But I had a really nice thumbnail for it. I don't know where it is, but I had a thumbnail called Rook the Wannabe Wizard. Rohan is a questing zone. Kind of depends on west or east Rohan, really, right? Wildemore, not a huge fan of, honestly. Not a huge fan. I quite like the Harwick stuff. But I feel like there's not enough consequences to the, like, you being kicked out, because the amount of times I've been seen by the guards and they've just done nothing is kind of weird. East Wall has one of my favorite quest lines in it, honestly, over at Path Galen, which is the Bumbling Fellowship stuff. I honestly love the Bumbling Fellowship. Again, another thing I wanted to make a video about, but I just never got around to. Hitbold, I actually quite enjoy Hitbold as well as a concept. Snowborn's a bit meh. Garsfeld is a bit meh. Entwash, I don't really like it, but Eowyn, I hate the weird, like, balancing thing quest you have to do. But it's not terrible other than that. Wait, am I going to this one? Let's go look at our supply chest. Anything fancy? We got some rich iron ore and some flat whetstones, and I am scared and I'm about to run away. Nope. Just because you're taller and you can get this far without swimming, it's fine. It was a tactical death. We're over level 20. It doesn't really matter if we die. It was a tactical death, so I can just run over here and do things. To be fair, I could have taken them out if I had actually just attacked them, but I kind of couldn't be bothered. Not gonna lie. Sometimes I just, like, don't want to fight. I turn on pacifist mode. Just randomly. I like the idea of a pacifist run, and I feel like the only class that would be viable for it is burglar. Because you ideally can just sneak past everybody and you wouldn't have to kill stuff. Like, there'll be certain missions you could do. There's like a mission in, I think it's War of Three Peaks, where you have to, like, plant 3 or 4 banners. And you can just do it as a burglar and you can just sneak through. Which is kind of funny. Without having to attack anything. But, like, obviously the ones where I gotta kill stuff probably couldn't do that. But the ones where I gotta search stuff could probably get away with it. You know, the ones where I gotta search the areas we just saw. That's fine. It'd have to be very specific quests, though. The real pacifist run is just farming. Honestly. I always miss something on this quest. Give me such a pain. Yeah, cooking with Sim, if I remember correctly. I actually had something similar in the works where I was farming to... I have a character called Farming to Max where I was actually... Well, farming to Max. I can't remember if they also farmed their own materials or if it was purely cooking. I mean, either way, it's like a ridiculous amount of experience. I think I worked out if I were to... at the time, it was 130 and it was Minas Ithil farms. It would have been, I think, 52 days of pure farming with an enduring toolkit and the VIP thing to get to max, which is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Do I go around? I think if I go around that way, probably for the best. Oh, purple enemies. No, thank you. I don't want that. Please leave me alone. I'm not a fan. I kind of want to do a breakdown of like if I were to take a freshly created character put a Stern the Tortoise on them from the intro, and then get them to Minas Ithil farming, or even Gundabad farming, and then give them, like, how many materials would it take to actually get them to 140? Obviously, then taking off the Stern the Tortoise.
How can I be of service? Could I speak with you a moment? What can I do?
Okay, these should give us a lot of experience.
What can I do for you?
There we are, level 29. 30 is our main goal, obviously. 32 would be preferred.
How can I be of service?
But 30 is like minimum goal for today. Hey, how we doing?
Take a moment of your time.
Doing good, I hope. Bring the items near the Colossus. Defeat tomb robbers. Oh, that's a deed. Shield, swords, vase. Collect containers. Collect piles of soggy weeds from sand lurkers. Collect pieces of jewelry from crawlers. And collect the 2 sets of orders. So now that we actually leveled up to 29, that should be a lot easier because we should have orange enemies rather than red enemies, which just means a lot less deflecting, which is good. All happy about that. We're also getting some silver and bronze Anorian coins, I should say, which we can trade in. I don't think it's particularly relevant to us, except maybe weapons at this point. Armor, I think we're pretty good for now. As soon as we're done repairing the catapult, though, we can start actually getting reputation if we wanted to, which we could then, you know, get a little bit of lottery points going, a little bit of lottery points flowing on the account. But that's obviously one of the good things, though, is by getting lottery points on here, it isn't like a lost cause because they do transfer, they're account wide, right? So, we'll be getting them on the account, and we will be getting them on, like, Evernight as well. Oh, hey, I picked up the lost dog. Hopefully we don't see any scary roving threats around here, though. I don't want to have to run away too quickly. Just finished the concert on Evernight? Nice. Were you part of it, or were you, like, just watching? I'm guessing part of it. Nice. There's one thing I always see is, like, a lot of new players come in and they see, like, you know, bands playing, or like, for the longest time there was this one player who was on top of the Southern Bree like auction hall guild vault keeper area. There was like this one person who was just there constantly and people kept mentioning it. I'm just like, kind of a cool thing you don't really see that often in other like MMOs and stuff. A lot of people are kind of surprised by it, but also I like it. Like people doing plays as well. I'm just like, that's like, I couldn't I couldn't organize something like that. Oh damn. I can barely like attack stuff on one server, let alone like multitasking across 10. Right. Was there any other sand for flame? Examine the corpse of the spider. Yeah, we'll leave off on that. Don't want to worry about that too much. So yeah, with this increased, like this area being so dense in terms of questing, 32 is certainly possible. We have like a little bit of time. I'm probably not going to go till midnight. I think that's the change I will be making, is like, even though I'm streaming more, I am probably not going to be doing like, I'm streaming more days, like physically, like I'll be doing, this week I should be doing like today, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so that's 4 days. Sunday I finish work at 8 o'clock, and same as Saturday, So by the time I'm back, it's like 9 o'clock. So I'll probably only be like 3 hours if I do midnight, which that's not terrible. Like, that's fine. But on the days where I'm like finishing a bit earlier, like maybe the Wednesdays, if I do, then it will, or Mondays, I probably won't do like midnight. It'll probably be like 4 or 5 hours or something. To be fair, I also just spend my time loitering around Bree. I think it's just definitely the most densely populated area. I'm like, I have nothing to do. Let me just run around Bree for a bit, because like maybe I'll find something to do. But yeah, I think even though I'm doing more streams, like over more days, I'm not necessarily going to be doing... I'll still be doing more hours, but be less chunks. I think it's just kind of a combination of I've been getting like really tired really easily recently, but I also think that extends to just more work. Like even though I'm getting kind of better hours for me, like in terms of streaming and doing anything else in life, I am doing more hours, even though it's like more sociable hours, I guess. But at the same time, we will be... I think I'll be trying to prioritize the higher, like, time streams. Like, the Mondays and the Thursdays normally is when I've actually got off for, like, the longer streams to do this. Because definitely want to get ourselves as quick as possible to the cap. We definitely need to get ourselves... a good old Minas Morgul frame. I don't know if there's a... I don't know if they'll add a good and bad frame for this. At endgame, red is better. However, just playing normally, like casually, you can kind of go with whatever. I played the entirety of up to War of Three Peaks with Blue Line Hunter. I had a little bit of struggle, but that wasn't because of Blue Line. That was more because I wasn't statted right, and my gear was kind of meh. Like I didn't understand stats as well, but I did get to like 130 with Blue Line. So if you're more comfortable with it, I would say stick with it if you want. But red line is stronger. It just means you kind of have to, you don't move around as a lot, but it still has, the main draw for me is that I can run around in blue line, but red line, so I can still use blindside, and I can still use penetrating shot while I'm moving. So if I do this, I can still move and use that shot. I can still auto attack while moving, so I don't fully lose that mobility, but I also gain that extra damage, which I think is nice. I also liked, like, back in the day, blue line was also, like, more of my preferred thing. I still like blue line. A lot of people don't like blue line for some reason, or they kind of, like, talk bad about blue line. Blue line isn't bad. Just, I think some people get, like, a little bit over the top about, like, efficiency, I guess, or, like, making sure you're the meta and stuff. But I still miss when Barrage 3 wasn't, like, super long cooldown. That was the first time they changed something, like, class-wise, that, like, directly affected me, I think. Noticeably directly affected me, was changing how Barrage worked. I was sad. I was on holiday at the time, and I come back, and they've just changed how one of my favorite skills works. I'm like, my life is ruined. Okay, I'm not going to die this time. I'm just going to... See, I can easily kill these guys. See, something I need to do as well, and maybe Ghost can help me with this, because Ghost is better at the cosmetic aspect than I am. I need to find myself a cosmetic set for this character, like a proper like one I'll keep. That's also viable to get on the legendary servers, because I wanted to get, like, I started doing thumbnails for streams a while back, and that kind of worked with Faerend because I could just take a load of like pictures of Faerend and fill them out as needed. But on here, I can't really do that. Oh, my nose is killing me. I don't really understand what's going on. I like have that constant need to sneeze. I'm about to sneeze. There we are. You know when you're just like at the edge of a sneeze, but it doesn't happen? I was like that for the last 5 minutes. It was driving me nuts. Yeah. See, the thing is, I've got to be able to get it on the legendary server. If I was on Evernight, I could probably obtain it without too much difficulty. People might be selling stuff, or I might already have them on the other account. Whereas on here, it's like I've got to like actually find it. If I'm correct, the sword should be down here, right? Or the shield. I think I should be able to go through this hole. I'm a hobbit. Because, yeah, there's a really nice one. The Jacket of Lies is the name I know it under, but there's a really nice cloak. I'm sorry, like chest piece that I go for with Talvelard. But I don't think it works for a hobbit. And also, I don't want to just copy one of my previous cosmetic outfits. I want it to be a somewhat unique kind of situation. I could have probably... No, it's a little bit too far. I was thinking I could have gotten that through the wall if I had been sneaky enough. You know what? We're going to return to camp because it'll be quicker. And then we should hit level 30 from this, which is pretty nice. And that gives us about half an hour to see how far we can get otherwise. So you need to run that at 2 times or 10 times speed, Ghost. All right. Otherwise, you're going to be disappointed. Don't blame me when you're sad. Okay.
Greetings.
Greetings. There we are. Leveled up. We are level 30. 31 we get a class trade point. 32 we get Guide to Bree. And at 32 we also get Passage of Shadow. We don't really care much for
How can I be of
that
service?
stuff.
Could I speak with you a moment? What do you need?
I need to
Would you
put
do
my
something
windows
for me?
not like super far here though.
Greetings.
Be in the middle.
Greetings. What can I do for you?
I wish there was a button where
Well,
it just
speak
like
for you,
auto accept / auto complete a quest. Like if I could just have an accept button or like a positive button basically. That would be very preferred. See,
Greetings.
it's crazy how like I'm already 3/4 of the way through the next level. I just leveled up. Like it is crazy how good this experience is. And it's telling me now to go to Evendim. I'm already there. Already on it. Ideal. Have a good one if we don't get a chance to be back. Hopefully we'll end up in Rivendell today. That would be ideal. I could also add the double XP on top of this, so I'd actually be... so for those that don't understand or don't know, if you use the enhanced experience, like the blue experience, it actually doubles your experience after the percentages. So we're currently on plus 50, plus 25, plus 25. So we're at plus 100, which is double experience. However, that would double to quadruple experience rather than being triple experience. So it'd actually be even like more ridiculous. I don't particularly want to do it because I'm already like kind of over the top. But if we have the option, if we get to a point where we're like low on quests in an area, but yeah, low in a quest, low in like quest amounts, but we also need to be a certain level. You had a kid, but it didn't register. Wait, what? Congratulations, I guess. Oh, right. Oh, you said that was like an update, right? What's the new update? Infants? Is it infants? Is that what we're looking at? I'm not gonna lie, it's been a while since I've kept up with The Sims. Just gonna run away up here. I should play The Sims and make Tough Elrond. Make Feyrand, he'll just be like super weird. Be kind of funny if anything. I wanted to do this thing in The Sims where I wanted to I don't know if you've ever done this, guys, but I made like a family of like 6 people, but it wasn't like a family. It was just like 6 people in a house, right? And then I just let like full automati. Basically, I just kind of sat there and let them do everything on their own. I didn't like control them at all, and I just wanted to see how long until like one of them burnt down the house. I also did that really cruel thing where I like made a family of 6 or whatever again, and I made like my main character like that who was actually going to be playing, and then it's gonna sound really bad, I had 5 other people. I think it was 5, I can't remember exactly, and then I locked those 5 in the most like basic rooms with like a bed and like a fridge, is but no door, right? Or the door was locked, and an easel, and all they were allowed to do was make paintings and sell them. And that was how my main character lived his lifestyle. He didn't have to work. He had 5 slaves making paintings for him, basically. I saw someone had done it, and I was like, I just wonder how that would work, like how efficient that would be. Am I a bad person? Maybe. Is my sim a bad person? Yes. I saw a post like ages ago. I've seen it a few times where someone like made their house a maze, and basically it took the same time for them to get out of their house. So basically what would happen is they'd go, like, they'd be at their house, and then it would get their car to go to work, and then it would take them too long. So they'd be like 3/4 of the way through, or like just get through by the time that the car left, and then they couldn't go to work, and then they had to like travel all the way back, and then by the time they got back, it was like ready for them to work again, or something along those lines. Oh, apparently the subreddit for The Sims is in private at the minute. How peculiar. Someone said, put a spellcaster with the loner trait in this house. Make sure they've learnt the transportulate spell. They can skip the maze, but unwanted visitors don't. I've never really invested time into like the magic Sims thing. Really, I mean, I'm pretty basic when it comes to Sims, to be honest. I really liked. There was two sim games I played a lot when I was a kid, and that was I played The Sims Bustin' Out, which was like my favorite Sims game, and also it was, what was it, Sims Herbs in the City or something like that. I played a lot of that. It was cool. You had like you worked jobs and you had to like do quick time event sort of things. It's interesting.
Would you do something for me? How can I be of service? What do you need? Greetings.
It was an actual Sims thing, right? Yeah, it's part of The Sims. Okay, we're now level 31. 32 again is the goal. I looked it up, it is. So that's fancy. Yeah, I really liked it. I wanted to play it again. It was on GameCube, PS2, Xbox, Nintendo DS, and GameCube Advance. Or Game Boy Advance, sorry. I had it on GameCube. I just wish it was on PC. And then Sims Bustin' Out. (2003, 2004). PS2, Xbox, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, and N-Gage. I have an N-Gage. It's the second title in the Sims console series and the first Sims title not released on Windows PC. God damn it! Not on PC. I'm so sad. I should play these Sims games on stream. Do you want to feel old, Ghost? Do you want to know how old I was when this game was released? It was released in December 2003. So, at the time, I was 6. Which I don't even like the idea of knowing that, honestly.
Stay a moment. Stay a moment.
I'm not a fan.
Stay a moment.
Okay, so he wants me to go to Aragorn in Rivendell. This is a hunter trainer, so I can actually have hunter stuff.
Could I speak with you a moment?
We can actually get a nice bow upgrade if we do that. And we can also get Hunter's Path, which is a pretty simple quest. But we don't need to do that anymore, particularly because we only get the title and we don't get trade points, so it's not really a big deal. And then we'll go Kalang, who just kind of teleported. And I get to do accidentally pause the stream.
Could I speak with you a moment?
How could you? Incredibly rude. I want to find, there's a website that tells you like how long it takes to play a game, right? On average, people like put their playtime on. I am curious on how long it's supposed to take. How long? I think it's literally called How Long to Beat or How Long to Play. Because The Sims Busting Out actually has like a story, right? Whereas like Sims is like can take forever. See, I don't let my Sims age because I don't like the idea of my Sims dying. I don't like the idea of having like putting time into a Sim that's probably modeled after myself and and then it dying and I'll be like, oh, no, I was invested. So apparently it takes 13 hours to complete the main story on average. 21 and a half hours of all the side stuff. 29 hours if you do completionist. I kind of might just play it on my own. Not gonna lie. Gotta think of all these games from my my childhood. It's Friday tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm going back to my parents' place tomorrow. I might have a look at my sort of bookshelf of games and be like, oh, there's one from my childhood. Okay, it's really annoying because I should just do this quest for an easy quest completion, but it's half an hour and we're probably finishing stream in 15 minutes and I don't want to just start the quest to cancel it. So there's not really much point. There was some game like that for me where I didn't have a memory card, so I just kept playing it again and again and again. Man, I was really good at the beginning of it though. Hey, how we doing? Doing well, I hope. I think it's easier for us to just run around getting these, to be fair, actually, I'm in a perfect place to pick up all the bounty posters and hopefully do that whole thing. It also might give me a good pocket item as well. Shove off, how dare you? That's incredibly rude. How could you say such a thing to me? Then we can go talk to Aragorn later. So this is on Shadowfax. So we are at double experience right now. Mostly what it is I'm just trying to get through as quickly as possible, which is not how I obviously suggest playing the game. But I, because it's Shadowfax, it's a legendary server and I want to get all like the frames and the cloaks and stuff. I need to get rid of some questing apparently. Yeah, so the plan is I want to just go around, get to like 130, 140 as soon as possible, and then try and get as many of these cloaks, frames, titles, etc., etc. And I don't know, just see how quick I can do it, considering it's a constant double experience that we're gaining. I also like the time aspect of it. Though we have been talking about a lot more like challenge runs today. We're talking about the idea of doing like a first person only, but then we also talked about doing it without a UI, which would just be absolutely dreadful because you couldn't accept quests. It would actually be horrible. There was something else we were talking about as well. I can't remember what it was.
I do not ask
I'll have to watch the VOD back, or at least look at the chat and see what we were chatting. There was a couple of interesting ideas we had.
Greetings.
I know I definitely want to do like first person with no map or whatever.
I do not ask much of you.
We didn't create it today, no. We created this last stream, so this is our second stream with it. We are currently on 7.5 hours because the beginning of it is really, really slow. But we should generally speed up relatively soon because, well, to be fair, like getting 1 to 15 took like a couple hours, so that's where a lot of that time has gone to.
I'm sorry.
And
Did you need
there's obviously a
something?
lot of traveling before the shadow. But yeah, I'm not going for like a record or anything. I just think it'd be interesting to see how quick I could get there. Yeah, it's obviously a bit skewed because we're like, because we're on Shadowfax again, we're getting plus 50%. We're also getting plus 25, plus 25. So we're actually getting plus, you know, constant double experience. So it is a little bit skewed in that regard, like how quick it would be to do something. But I don't know. I did it on Anor, similar thing, right? Where we wanted to get to max and we wanted to get all the titles, frames, and stuff on my main account. And I really enjoyed doing that. So I just thought I'd do it on here. Also, it's kind of nice. I know it's like not going to be perfect for this, but it's kind of nice to get used to routing again for like Iron Man especially, but like working out where I can go at what levels and that kind of stuff. Obviously, because we're leveling quicker, we can go to places quicker. We have to do less quests in the meantime, but I can be like, oh, at level 31, I can come here with this gear and I can be like pretty all right, or I can probably come here a little bit lower if needs be. So I don't need Oathbreakers, and bears are scary. Well, red bears are scary. Orange bears less so. So if I complete all these quests, we're very easily going to get to 32. 32 then leads us to finishing before the shadow, officially. And, well, except the afterword. But, after that, we go to Rivendell. I think I said I want to go angle at 35, ideally, so hopefully we can get somewhat close to that using Rivendell stuff. And then whatever we do next stream that we do this on, we'll have the bonus experience to start with. So we actually get like 4 times experience, which is nice. Because it's a bit broken. Okay, dry logs should also be around here. One also nice thing about this is, you know, at the end of Shadowfax, when hopefully they do actually give free transfers, this character should be 140 and can be transferred over and should have hopefully decent gear. It probably won't have decent virtues because I'm like speed running it or whatever and using the /play time. I'm a little bit wary of doing stuff off stream like virtues and stuff, but that's something we can always look into. I'm going to be opening loot boxes though occasionally, so maybe we can get a bunch of virtue experience from that. Right, where's this wood? It's not up here, that's for sure. Okay, there's one. Right, I think what we'll do is we'll collect the dry logs and then probably head back. And I'm hoping maybe if we kill the tomb robbers, like if I do all the stuff that isn't the bounties, we should set ourselves up for level 32. And then next time we'll come back and we'll do like the bounties and then maybe do a couple things before we move on with Before the Shadow. And that way we can maybe go off of the flow of Evendim, but also then move on to the actual next stuff. Because if I can get to 35 here, then I can straight up skip Rivendell and go straight to the Angle. That's what it's called. All right, how many more logs? I don't know if they're up here or if they're down there. There's some there. Okay, I didn't want to be all the way up there, so that makes it a little bit easier. Then all we need to do is find some what is it? We need to collect elk haunches, so that should hopefully not be too problematic. And then defeat tomb robbers as well. Just do me a favor, little bear, and don't attack me, please. Okay, thank you. You can. How dare you? I literally told you. I know I killed your mother, but maybe don't attack me. Ever thought about that? To be fair, I've not really been playing as much Lotro as I normally would in recent times. That's why I like to give myself this bit of a challenge. Like, giving myself, especially something time-gated, kind of gives me a purpose, in a sense. Something I have an issue with is I'll, like, spend a majority of the time, I'll load in, and then I'll just stare at my characters, and I'll be like, I don't know who I want to play. I have, like, things to do on all of them, but I don't know which one I'm into doing. And then I'll, like, decide on one, and then I'll be like, you know what, actually I don't want to do that, let me go think about another thing. So I've actually been playing like a few other games, and but that's fine, you know. I don't, there's no strict requirement that I can only play Lotro. There's also no strict requirement I can only stream Lotro, but I tend to stick to streaming it. I don't know. I started replaying Cyberpunk again. I was like, oh, it's been enough time. Maybe it's a bit less buggy. It's nothing terrible. There's no been like game-breaking glitches. It's just some weird graphical stuff. But yeah, I played a bit of Cyberpunk. Having fun with it, actually. And now I'm clearly going to be going and playing some, you know, Sims games from like 19 years ago, because that sounds fun. Unironically. Okay, we need one more tomb robber and one more elk, which I see right there. Yeah, sometimes I struggle finding a purpose, so that's why I was thinking about playing either Sims Bustin' Out, or there's also the Herbs Sims in the City. I like ones where I kind of have like an end purpose, in a sense. Like having that little story. I know there was I tried using because I couldn't think of what I was going to do, but it's like a Sims 4 randomizer, right? Like a random... There was like a goal thing. Maybe a random aspiration scenario. I do like the idea of just having this, like, you know, I can't meticulously make a character. I've got to kind of be given it and be like, make the most out of it, sort of thing. See where it takes me. I actually had an idea for a Sims stream at some point, but I can't remember what it was now. I'll make all the members of the Fellowship work together. No, not quite. I mean, that's so awkward. I could have just walked around.
Tell me what you need or move along.
There's a Steam sale going on. I don't actually check Steam that often, really. I feel like the games I want to play are on my desktop, and then would I have my UI scale on? I just have it on whatever's the default, I think. I just have it on 1 on everything, so.
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
Wait, I didn't see this thing. So I have the plugin, the like Welcome to Middle Earth. I actually quite like this, having a story thing, being like, oh, now you're at level 32, go to Rivendell kind of thing. That's kind of cool. So the ring cannot be destroyed. Gimli, glowing sun, at least. Not by any power we possess here. Creating the fires of Mount Doom, it can only be destroyed there. He must be taken deep into Mordor and cast back into the fiery embers from whence he came. One of you must do this. So be it. 9 companions, so you form the Fellowship of the Ring. And we are now officially level 32. At 33, we get a trait point. 34, we get Guide to Estelden. We already have 2 trait points that I forgot about. Let's do that. And yeah, let's get burn hot. We may as well start investing in a little bit of extra damage. What is that? Plus 20% range damage. Perfect. And that kind of perfectly teases us off for the ending of that. We now need to go to Weathertop, but I'm going to go do this stuff first. I'm going to do the bounties, and then I'll do the second set, because I actually really enjoy this bit of the content, and also gives us a nice pocket item, I think, at the end.
I'm sorry.
Let's do that as well.
Did you need something?
And you know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna give that quest in, because next time we'll get double experience, so it'll be or quadruple experience, so it'll be 10,000 experience. It'll be great. But yeah, we're gonna hold off for now. So that'll be it for today. Stream should be back tomorrow, though. I'm not sure if we'll do this or if we'll go on Feyrand. Trying to finish off some stuff on him, maybe. Or eventually, we're obviously going to go up and get him to level 100 soon enough. Titanic will have to sink at some other time, unfortunately. Or all on its own. But yeah. Pretty happy where we are. We have gained 11 levels today. We started at level 21 and we're now level 32. We're a little bit better geared, and then once we get to Angle, that's a lot more condensed. There's a lot less running around in good old Angle of Methythel. So it's relatively compact. It's 4 main areas, right? And I know kind of what I'm doing a lot better in that area. And yeah, hopefully it'll all be good. I might even end up using some of the perk point double XP things, so we can maybe get a couple levels quadruple experience. Though I don't think it's particularly needed. But yeah, as said, stream should be tomorrow as well. And then also on top of that should be Saturday, Sunday, at least for a couple hours. I finish working on the weekend at 8 o'clock. Takes me about half an hour to get back, so hopefully streaming for like 9ish, so I can grab a bite to eat, and then we can do like 9 till midnight potentially, or it might be 2 hours, might be 3 hours. We'll see how I'm feeling, how busy the day is, because it's quite a manic one, and yeah, hopefully we can get a lot of progress made. But thank you all for coming along. Hope you enjoyed. Again, streams will be hopefully a bit more consistent nowadays. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.